quiet. Too quiet. Too quiet. There we go. Much better. Oh, well. Monday. I'm tired. I'm tired. Let's see. Oh, that's why it's off. Let's see. What do we want to do today? I think, gosh, I don't know. Let's say, I'm blanking. I don't even remember where we left off on my stuff. Oh yes. Now I remember. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. Because we have... Yeah, we were working on these. We were working on paths my players were going to take. So, okay, cool. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I can see this better. Oh, I'm tired. Very tired. Had a long Saturday. Busy Sunday. No time to rest and relax. So I'm going to do my morning routine of popping as many pills as I can. All right. Yep, the pill popping routine. How's it going, Shiz? How was your weekend? How's your morning bed? Let's see. You know what I need? I need more bots to automate everything that I do. Everything. I mean, everything. Tired weekend was good. Lots of Dino Park building. Ooh, nice. And hey, J-Ron, how's it going, buddy? Yeah. There we go. Sorry, I'm actually, like, this week, I'm a little behind on it right now, but this week I am actually gonna try to be good about this and send out notifications and stuff, all my go live messages. Because I didn't do it at all last week. Not that it matters that much. I'm doing all right, J-Ron. I'm doing all right. So I I had a long Saturday. Long Saturday. I had a busy Sunday. I did actually finally go see Jurassic Park yesterday, so that was cool. There we go. I can do that. Okay, great, perfect. Love it. But yeah, you're starting at your game list going, what do you want to stream today? Oh, you're staring at it, sorry. Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? That's the big question. What the hell am I gonna do today? But yeah, so I had a long Saturday, which actually began on Friday, because Friday night after I streamed, I pretty much I ate a little bit and then I went to bed, right? Or I tried to go to bed. My wife says that I fell asleep right around 9 o'clock. And then I woke up at 11:30 because it was so damn hot in my house. So I got all of 2.5 hours of sleep. And then I was awake until 3:30 when we all got in the car and drove to Boise. So you've been meaning to ask how do I make the map? I can it's hand drawn. I hand drew the map, like all of it, except for like the typed in like brownish words. But yeah, otherwise it's all hand drawn. And if I zoom in, you can see how like gross it is. You can see the finer stuff that I left super light, and yeah, very aesthetic. Well, thank you. And welcome, Wraithwall. How's it going? Very adventurer, yeah. But yeah, so I hopped in the car, drove to Boise, had lunch for like 2 hours in Boise, and then drove back. So it was a good 15 hours of driving off of 2.5 hours of sleep. And then when we came home, we pretty much just crashed until my alarm clock went off yesterday. And then we got ready, jumped in the car, ran off to the movie theater, and hung out and watched Jurassic Park, which was okay. It was okay. Is what that would be my rating on it. Just because I think that they really tried to do a whole lot with the movie. They tried to put a lot of stuff into it, and because of that, they kind of ran out of time for a lot of stuff. So but yeah, and then ran around all day yesterday doing errands and whatnot, and then went off to play D&D with my other group where I'm a player. But yeah, that's about it. So I'm tired. It was just go all weekend. No relaxing for me, but c'est la vie. I missed one. Damn. There we go. Okay, so back to actual D&D stuff, because that's why we're here today. That's why we're here today. Hopefully this weekend will be different for me. We'll see. We'll see. Because now that my kids are gone, I have a bunch of stuff that I'm going to try to get done around the house. And, I mean, it very likely means that for the next 2 months, at least, my weekends are going to be all full of, like, housework, house renovation, that kind of stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, so back to D&D stuff. Let's the focus of this stream, what I actually intend to have it be about. Last time, I believe we were planning out the path that my players are going to take, might take, something like that. And we kind of figured I know what route they're gonna take, kind of. It does split at a certain point, and that's where I'm not sure what they're gonna be doing, but that's only because we went and like plopped down some big baddies right about here, right about here. Big baddies, tons of undead, and then a night walker, which would absolutely party wipe them. This guy, our big bad night walker, right? So, we dropped that there, just as a kind of, you know, I'm gonna tell you not to go this way. If you guys go this way, you're very likely to die. Like, I almost can guarantee you're not gonna make it past them without casualties. But yeah, then because of that, we needed to plan the path running north. I'll zoom back in here as well. But we needed to plan the path running north right along here, which I believe that we did. That was I zoomed to Felzon, and we ran over this stuff, created a roadblock, discussed the ruins that we have, or that I had already pre-planned to have there. What was going to be going on there? I think we have something for at night, and then also just, you know, stuff for them to do if they reach there during the day. Yeah, just a couple things, because it's travel. I don't want to slam too much down on them. And happy Monday, Matt. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm tired. Get more W in Dungeons and Dragons. More W. Oh, and it looks like an ad is about to pop in a minute and a half. What do you mean more W? I'm very tired. Like, physically and mentally, just exhausted. You good? Glad to hear it. Sorry, I'm also trying to eat my breakfast because I had not a lot of time. Nap stream? Oh god, if I could. But nobody wants to listen to me snore for 16 hours. Okay. So this is all good. I could probably add extra here. Right? Amaranth does it, why not? Oh, I know. Well, see, there's the thing. I'm not I'm not. How do I say this without offending anybody? I don't exactly have the assets required in order to pull crowds like she does. There's a kink for everything. Oh, J-Ron. Oh, J-Ron. So what you're saying is I should start up OnlyFans. Nice song. Yeah, thank you. It's Game Chops on YouTube. It's their live channel. Fantastic music. I could probably fill this out a little bit more. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Eggs. That's my breakfast for today. Yeah. I could probably fill this out more. I think I need... Cool, my bag is right nearby. My whole desk area is still a goddamn mess. Even though I've cleaned it up, it looks better. It's still a goddamn mess. I didn't put it in here. Oh, I see it. It's buried under stuff. Your real issue is all you want to play is Tarkov, but the wipe isn't until later this week. I mean, they say play what you want, right? Play what interests you. Could play some Hades. Yeah, absolutely could do that. Yeah, here we go. I need to look at my actual physical map. So looking at the area, I don't actually have anything planned. Hey, deceased goblin. Thank you for the follow. And hi, Roxy. Good morning. Good morning. We're not even 20 minutes in. I don't feel bad about how slowly I'm moving. I'm tired. The early white play is what you like, but it's not here yet, so you're just hyped for the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, then play Hades. Or take a swing at Hollow Knight. Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything. I actually kind of have a big empty space. Because I think I showed this map off last time. I've kind of got a big empty space right in this entire area. Which I guess isn't terrible. It could naturally happen. Just trying to think of what is around this area that could be causing issues. Maybe we'll link something to the town there, that Hullen Lodge town. the cult stuff. You hurt all over. Why do you hurt all over, Roxy? Maybe I could tie stuff to the cult. That would work. That would work, right? What if it was... I don't know. What kind of stuff would crop up because of a devil worshipping cult acting in secret. Because that's basically what's happening in that little town. Oh, Roxy. I am sorry to hear about your neck and your back. I can't not make a joke about it, but I can't make the joke. Okay. Breakfast down. Deceased Goblin. Yes, I did make all this stuff up. This entire world is all homebrew. All homebrew. Obviously using assets like actual Wizards of the Coast assets like the Nightwalker and stat blocks from the Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition monster manual and various other books. But the actual details, the designs, town names, NPC names, all of that is all homebrew. The setting's homebrew. See, my brain, it doesn't work. You almost continued the line, but decided against it. I know, it's almost like it's too easy. It's too easy. Also, then, you know, could get us in trouble. So, I'm glad you think so, Deceased Goblin. Sorry, I'm not with it yet. I considered grabbing an energy drink out of the fridge, but I didn't, and I don't know why. So I might go grab it. But yeah. And since you're new here, I'll kind of go over my spiel real quick. Really, what I do on these Monday streams is basically just my own D&D prep for the game that I run for my friends and myself. But while I prep, I encourage my viewers to, you know, comment on what I'm doing, throw in your own ideas about it. I'm always looking for other perspectives on what I'm planning. And then if you have your own stuff that you're working on, whether it be an entire campaign or just prepping for one, or you need help with character creation, or you just want to share some stuff that you've thought of, please feel free to do so. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of being here, is to get our ideas out and mix it all up. And hey, Scythro, how's it going? Welcome. And yes, Shiz, thank you for linking that Discord link. There's another thing, Deceased Goblin, or anybody else that's hanging out. If you're not part of our Discord, please feel free to join it. We've got a whole section for our D&D stuff, or just tabletop stuff in general. We just included a whole section for MMOs to help those of to help our followers kind of meet up and join other people in various MMOs to, you know, build parties, guilds, all that kind of thing. Yeah. That took a lot of energy. Tomorrow you'll get a doctor's appointment about the pain and a lump growing on your back. Ooh, ouch. I'm sure everything will work out well, Roxy. The monster reskins were fun. Where did I put those? In here? Yeah, these. We'll have to revisit this We'll have to revisit this at some point and see if we can mess around with a couple others. But really, everything we worked there can kind of just be applied everywhere else. Hello, Senko. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. But yeah, so Home Lodge has a bit of a cultist issue. In fact, I'm gonna sit here and like rip all this information out of the back of my head. So if my eyes aren't open, it's because I'm thinking really hard. But Holden Lodge taken over by a devil worshipping cult. I've already got the cult name and their actual goals figured out. And essentially all they're doing is they kind of took over this town, village, settlement, and have been kidnapping people and sacrificing them in order to continue to summon more devils. Not demons, devils. Not taking from the locals as much, because obviously you don't want to decimate the population. Killing everybody in a village is gonna kind of spook people. And what these cultists want is they want more bodies. They want more bodies to be brought in. No, I'm not gonna blow in your face, Roxy. And thanks, J-Ron. Glad you think I'm a lumpy rod lizard. Lumpy rod lizard. Good lord. What are the cultists getting out of the sacrifices? They're bringing more devils to the material plane, essentially. That's what the sacrifices are for. They're being used in summoning rituals to bring devils in, because what else is a devil worshipping cultist gonna get out of worshiping devils other than power? Why do they want that? Because power. Because in working with devils, you get devil deals, and cultists who either worship devils or know how to use devils are more than happy to make deals, thinking that they'll outsmart these devils to get what they want without really having to give up a whole lot. Either that, or they fully lean into it and they go, no, I know that if I do this, my soul is completely yours, but when I get to the 9 hells, I don't want to be some low-level shit devil. I want to be, higher up in the ranks, that kind of thing. Because power, that's it. It's just power. It's strength, whether it's physical or magical, some sort of prowess that maybe they don't have right now. Are these cultists human or undead? They are living, is probably the better way to respond to that. Mixed race, but living, yes. And there's a lot happening throughout the world. It's the reason why I have like undead up on the screen right now, but I've also got devil shit going on. I've got demon shit going on. I've got elementals popping up all over the place, because there's a larger, like, overarching issue that kind of allows, or no, not kind of, it absolutely allows for every single one of these different things, all not associated with each other, to happen all at the same time. And essentially, long story short, the world is going to shit. And my players are partially to blame. It would be cool if like something horrible happened to each cultist and they join this cult to get back at the world and get revenge on the people who hurt them. That's a good one. I like that, and it makes sense. And I'm not gonna say that I'm not gonna use it, but my players aren't gonna give a shit about the cultist backstories. If they see cultists, they're gonna kill cultists. Because one of my six players gets the cultist formed around shared trauma. Like an AA meeting gone wrong. Just tweaking your class. Nice, Roxy. Well, if you need help with any of the tweaks, let us know. But yeah, one of my players of the six can really get into the roleplay. Four of them struggle with it, but they've also got, like social anxiety and stuff like that. My wife specifically does not like being put, or, she doesn't do super well being put on the spot. And then my last player does not give a fuck about roleplay. So there's not a whole lot of talking and asking, why are you doing this, or anything like that. It's just, oh, you're doing a bad thing? Well, we're gonna end that. And usually that means ending them. I could probably introduce a moral dilemma that way. Ooh, interesting. How so? I have an idea. I have an idea that runs with that, but I want to hear what your input would be. Because I kind of like the shared trauma stuff. But then what if it was formed around shared trauma, what would be their goal? Because that wouldn't be a Kool-Aid cult, right? That'd be what? Asking their, like, the goal would be to have these people are seeking refuge from the elementals or demons or another force that seems out of control to them. So they go to the devils. Being lawful, they're the safest option. Okay. I can't argue with that. Not completely, anyway. Okay. That would work if it just kind of like sprung up out of nowhere. That would work if you needed a cult that sprang out of nowhere. I like that. This is, I should say, and I'm running off of, because this game has been going for years now with COVID and everything and schedules. It's been going on for years now. This is a cult that they've had a run-in with in the past, so it's not one that would just pop up. But I like the idea of a cult forming because they need help from something. It's my gods aren't listening, so I'm gonna go to the devil for help. I like that. So if the players will feel empathy towards the cultists or just believe they are truly evil. No, my players will will 100% look at cultists and go, yeah, no, and then just murder them. There is no monologuing in my game unless I force it. There is no, oh, maybe this bad guy isn't as bad, which leaves a lot of opportunity to like mess with my players. You saw an interesting loot table for random people a while back. They could find a drawing made by someone's child among a dead cultist possessions, for example. Oh yeah, I've seen those loot tables of just like random stuff. I think it's even been shared somewhere. Either during my stream or in the Discord. But yeah, I've seen those loot tables and they work. They do work. Yeah, I like these ideas. Unfortunately, they won't work with my party. And that's probably the biggest struggle, right? Because we could write an entire world that is so incredibly deep, and every single thing has meaning, and we would have the opportunity, or we could plan for the opportunity to share the various lore and lore dump when requested, and it would be absolutely amazing. But my party isn't that party, which is sad. My party could not give two shits about that stuff. We still have fun, but it is a little disappointing. But I like that. And actually, I have a notes section, right? Yeah, right here. I'm gonna actually make a note here. Cult began not through, but because. I'm gonna make a note of that, just because I like that. I do. I wanna hold on to that because that's definitely something that I can do something with eventually. I might be able to throw that in somewhere. I might be able to throw that in somewhere. How about every cultist they kill has their body taken over by a devil desperately trying to enter the material plane, turning them into an even more dangerous creature. Might push them towards considering more peaceful solutions. Undead possessed by a devil. Certainly could. It's a good idea. It is a good idea. I think... I'm trying to think if that would actually work. And the reason I say I'm trying to think if it would work is because I'm trying to think if my players would actually be affected by that. And hi, Potogax, and welcome, Nick. Just jumping in randomly. What's the story here? The story is I'm working on my own campaign that I run for my friends and our wives. basically, the story that we're working with is at this point in time, the party is currently up in the mountains. Just kind of finished up at a monk's temple that had been decimated by devil cultists and some devils. They'll be working their way down. They've got quite a bit of travel in front of them, trying to come up with all the in-between stuff to see what they're going to be running into, and then trying to plan a little bit further ahead. Currently, we're talking about the town that they're likely to run into. No, I think they're going to run into it regardless. Yeah, they're going to run into this town regardless. So, just trying to plan out what they're going to be encountering before that town and in that town. I had rolled randomly, actually, to see what had happened to that town after big world event that they were kind of responsible for. And it came up as the town's been taken over by cultists. So, we're running with that. Which works, because I already had cultists in my game. So, you envy people who can use OneNote like this? You're trying to get some... It took a while to get used to OneNote. But once you understand the limitations and then what else you can do, it gets a lot easier. It gets a lot easier when you can, build some of this stuff out. Obviously, because of all this empty space here, I'm not even done with this place. But I think right here, I've got a bunch of stuff. If I go into my Feywild stuff, I've got all of this for this city, so on and so forth. But learning the subpages and subpages for subpages makes it a whole lot easier. You have like a dozen notebooks and a Google Docs for random notes. Yeah, that's kind of what I've tried to avoid. Really tried to avoid that stuff. I like having it all in one spot. Let's see. If it doesn't lead into a moral dilemma, they would have to figure out how to dispose of unconscious but still alive bodies in an efficient way without killing them. Might add some spice to the combat. You could turn it into a sneaky assassination mission, Hitman style. Hold on. You are assuming that my players would actually try to just knock somebody out instead of looking at them and going, either if it's a body possessed by a devil, they'd likely just kill them anyway. If it's an undead possessed devil, undead possessed by a devil, essentially. So a cultist that they killed, and then it came back with a devil inside of it, they'd still just kill it. I hate this. So I hate this part because you guys have some great ideas, and Scythro, that is a great idea. It just does not work for my party. I wish I could do that, but my party has deep murder hobo roots that I finally worked out of them. That'll be the death of my players then? Yeah, actually, it has been. It has been. They've had a couple deaths due to just not thinking and just going, yeah, we can fight everything face to face and this will be great. After I warned them at the very beginning of the campaign, I was going to put stuff in the world that they could not handle. And that they'd have to get way stronger before they ever, actually try to take it on. and my players are dumb. They're dumb, and they think that they can take on anything that's put in front of them, even after that warning. Funnily enough, it's never the big stuff that I throw at them that kills them. It's always the little stuff, like, you know, a bunch of goblins in a cave, and my players ended up bottlenecking themselves. Mimics that just ganged up on one person, and nobody thought, oh hey, maybe we should go help that one person. Yeah. Have a nice and easy fight with a cultist. Make a point of them specifically dying. Fight over. They prepare to keep moving. They are attacked by an undead abomination that almost wipes them out. Show them there's like 20 more cultists. So in this instance, you're saying as soon as the cultist dies, they are immediately like taken over, twisted and deformed into something absolutely horrible that then continues to fight. Dogness, well, of course we could win, otherwise he wouldn't put us here. Yeah, it's an unfortunate mindset too. And like, I will warn my players using, you know, NPCs in game, like, hey, this shit is really strong. This shit is stuff you do not want to deal with. They still go for it. Ads. Sorry, Roxy. Throw the ninja goblin at them. So the cultist would have to specifically go from unconscious to dead. Okay, so the cultist would have to go from unconscious to dead. So see, there's the thing. My players would have to call out that they're trying to knock the cultist unconscious. So yeah, they would end up fighting at least one of these things. But I think what it would more likely be is all of them. Because I can't go, okay, well, you just did the last amount of HP you just took away the last amount of HP from this cultist. Were you trying to kill them or knock them unconscious? I feel like doing something like that, it hints at it a little too much, makes it a little too obvious. I'm trying to think of like how we could put out the hints that that doing this is a bad thing. And actually, I like this idea, Scythro. The more we're talking about it, I may actually do this. Because there's literally nothing that says that my players have to do anything about the cultists in this town. It's just a thing that's there. That's how I've run my entire game, is I put stuff in the world. If my players want to interact with it, they certainly can. If they don't, they move on. Because of that, I'm constantly playing a mental chess game and figuring out what affects or what is happening in the world based on what my players do interact with and what they don't interact with. That kind of stuff. Ads over. Would I do a community D&D game? You want to play D&D again? I considered it, and I was actually trying to figure out a way to where I could do like a D&D game with all of my viewers, but it's a lot more complicated. It's a lot more complicated than than it sounds. And I was leaning towards doing something kind of choose your own adventure ish. But that may not interest everybody. And then I have to plan out an entire choose your own adventure. In a campaign you play in, the DM threw the most annoying but godlike force of nature NPC at you. The others attacked them for being annoying, almost got killed, and then complained about the NPC to the GM. But we figured it out, and now your character is the one dealing with the NPC, being the only one tolerating their presence. That works. That works. It's definitely a lot more. That kind of situation is definitely a lot more. DM pulled their punches, essentially. And I say that because DM can literally do anything they want. There's the pulling punches for teaching a lesson kind of thing, and that's what that is. It's the party almost died, but you know, whoever they were, whether they were the mentor or the big bad or whatever, they were just toying with them because they really meant nothing. You can do that. You can do that. I'm much more if you guys don't go about things smart, you will die, and I'm not gonna hold back. I don't fudge rolls at my table. I let the dice fall as they wish. And if my players are given the opportunity to think outside the box, if they're given the opportunity to use the environment to their advantage, if they're given the opportunity to, you know, get the upper hand in battle, or prepare ahead of time, and they just don't, that's on them. That's on them. But yeah, I'm also like, I think that's how it should go. I think that's how it should go. Oh, and that reminds me. Oh, shit. I have to. Pencil's broken. I have to make a note real quick. Because I realized I need to send a text off to one of my players about some stuff that happened. There we go. Because the ranger died in the last session. Got brought back, which was good, because Revivify. But there's definitely some stuff that's going to happen with that. There we go. Yep, teaching the lesson. He was an important NPC from your backstory, and you knew he was important. Situation led to fun inter-party conflict and roleplay, as nobody seemed to believe your character when he said, A, the guy is strong, and B, the guy is important. Well, that's good. That's good. And that's kind of like the mentor situation, right? They're not gonna go out and just kill everybody because they can. And, you know, more often than not, their own personal beliefs and morals will prevent them from just killing people, right? Just because they could in battle doesn't mean they always should. And that one works. That one works, especially if it's in a, you know, a neutral neutral area, or even the NPC's own area or lair, where they're fully in control. That works. Teaching the message to a player by killing their PC is worse than teaching the message to the player and PC and having the PC act accordingly in the future. Right. That's, yeah, it's that gets a little messy, right? Because there are certain instances where it's like, okay, I need to teach my players, why not to do this? And a lot of people will just go, okay, well, your character gets in over their head and they're absolutely obliterated and they just die, right? And that's not great. Like, they should always have a chance of survival. They should always have a way out if they choose to take it. If they see that they're being overwhelmed, they should probably change their tactics. That's been the situation for every single one of my players' deaths. Is they got overwhelmed. They put themselves in a position that was just bad. It was just bad, and they died because of it, because they never tried to run. They thought, for whatever reason, players really think, at least my players, for whatever reason, they really think that taking an opportunity attack is the worst thing that could happen to you in a game. And my God, it is not. It is not. I will always stay mobile. When I play, I am always mobile on the field. I move around. I risk those attacks of opportunity if it means that I can put myself in a better position, right? If it means that I can create some distance to avoid getting hit 3 times on the enemy's turn, I will risk the 1 time on mine. And again, like, my players, for whatever reason, don't see this. They run right up, get in its face, and they don't move at that point. Which is great, because then I started, I let things go normally, because a lot of my players are beginners. But as the years went on, I started incorporating different tactics and mechanics into the game, into the actual combats, that caused a lot more movement on the field. And that's where my players started to really, really struggle at first. I think they've adapted a bit. But yeah, I've used ambush tactics with mimics, where my players weren't expecting this, and then all of a sudden they're surrounded by mimics, and then they had to deal with that. And one of them got ganged up on and just stood there and took it. I'll use the environment to my advantage. But yeah, it kind of goes. There's a little bit of a gray area, right? Never teach a message to your players by killing their character, right? But yeah, if their combat mindset overshadows the PC's self-preservation, killing off the PC might be the better choice. There's that gray area where it's like, you should never kill a player's character to prove a point. Here we go. This is it. You should never kill a player's character to prove a point. But if a player just makes the wrong choices and the end result is death for their character, that's just what it is. I appreciate the lurk, J-Ron. Deceased Goblin, aside from the I'm going back to it. Aside from the cult, what other encounters do I have? Most of it's on the road. And that's kind of what I'm wanting to do today, is fill in the blanks, right? I want to fill in the blanks, fill in the travel space between towns. And I have a little bit of that specifically for this one path. I have big bad encounter, but I have a feeling my players are going to be really dumb and they're going to go after this one. But if that Nightwalker gets eyes on them, they're going to have a really bad time. They're going to have a really bad time. If they wouldn't be able to kill the Nightwalker. Guaranteed. They can't kill the Nightwalker. But they could always try to run from it, right? They could always try to run and just run past and be like, well, this is the beeline, path. We're determined to take this path. We'll just run past the big bad thing and, deal with it then. And actually, if that's the case, I can take this. I'm gonna copy and then paste it over here. Because it's in the Nightwalker's area. Why wouldn't there be... Why wouldn't there be more Path of Destruction? They should meet. They should meet. A flirty, creepy noble who secretly follows them everywhere. For what reason, Goblin? What would be the what would be the motivation behind this creepy noble following them? Do they run from battle? They've learned that occasionally it's better to just run from battle rather than sit and fight. In fact, on the way to the monk temple, when I dropped those ice golems on them, half the party's first instinct was just to run and get away from them. But it also depends on how many resources my players still have. Like Scott and Pokemon Emerald, oh god, no. But yeah, so if my players are at full power, then they're more likely to fight. They're more likely to stay and fight. But if you hit them with something that takes out half their health or more, they, in one hit, they will absolutely go, oh, fuck, we need to leave. As DM, you tend to heavily integrate PCs into the plot and lore, and you don't want PCs to die, or if they do at important points in the story, you've never actually... Yeah, I'm the same way, Scythro. I'm the same way. I want my... Yeah, the Ice Golem fight happened. I don't want my players to fight, because the story is about their character. I don't want my players to die. My players' characters to die. But because the story is about their characters. But if my players are reckless with their characters, what else am I gonna do? Because when you start pulling punches, it can become very obvious, right? If every single fight... No dragon fight yet? What do you mean? He's attracted to one of the players, or maybe he's just really, really weird. So Goblin, it would just be an NPC to, like, weird out the players, or, just to make things uncomfortable. But yeah, I don't know. It's so hard. Character death is a hard one, right? I've relied on character death for one of my players, and it's funny because it's my wife, It's my wife, and I didn't pick her because, or I didn't pick her character because she's my wife. I picked my character, or I picked her character because she's an Aasimar. So right now, my wife's character has actually died a couple times, but she's still alive, right? Because I needed something from her. I needed something for her, or I needed something for her character to do, or I needed her character to do something. When she finally did it, and she did, well, her character's mine now. In game, she agreed to something, but no, I needed her character to do something. If she didn't, and we just let her character die, there was gonna be some really bad stuff happening. But because she did the thing, the next time she dies, some even worse stuff is gonna happen, and that's what I wanted. But yeah, I'm sure my other players have looked at it and just gone, oh, well, you know, he just doesn't want her character to die because, you know, they're sleeping together, they're married. And it's like, no, I could give a shit about that. Our character just hasn't died because I'm using her character for something. And if I use all my players' dead characters for stuff. And they don't realize that, or they don't know about that yet. But they will. They'll encounter stuff. They're gonna encounter their dead characters in the future, and it's gonna be gross. Admittedly, though, your players are with you on that and really good at RP and metagaming. One of your players is actually leading his PC down a dark path in the pursuit of knowledge. Told you to go all out with the fucked up stuff that'll happen. I love that. I absolutely love that. And again, it's a limitation for me because of my players' personalities. Roleplay is very difficult to do. I still try. I still put them in roleplay situations. Excuse me. But really, only one of them really leans into it. The others just kind of do it. They try. They do try to lean into it, but again, personalities. And not everybody, you know, not everybody's a super awesome role player, and that's fine. They're great at distinguishing player and PC information and carrying out the... nice. That's good. That's really good. You're very lucky, Scythro. What am I gonna do here? Hold on. I might be able to do it. Oh god, yeah, that Finger of Doom is a 300-foot breach. Oof. Okay. I might actually do the cultist thing. Oh, and Deceased Goblin? No, I'm not gonna put an NPC in the game just to annoy them. Especially with the like the weird, flirty, creepy part. Mostly because it can make people at the table uncomfortable, regardless of how well you know them. It can make people at the table uncomfortable if they're not 100% like on board with that, whether they're the target of the NPC's affection or not. It can still make them a bit weird. It's like if you've ever gone through sexual harassment training at any job, they say that sexual harassment isn't only between the harasser and the harassee, it's also between anybody that's observing the harassment. Because, you know, one person flirting with another person can make anybody observing it uncomfortable and feel like it's not a great situation to be in. So I try to hold on to that, and I try to make sure that I guess run it like a workplace in that aspect. You know, if there's romance to be had at the table, we don't role play sex scenes or anything like that. It's just like, you want to, if your character would do this, sure, we're gonna shorthand it. We're gonna say, yeah, they go and they wander off into the bedroom together, and then fade to black, that kind of thing. But yeah, just throwing into the NPC to like hit on, flirt, creep on people, no, that it's funny, and it's funny when you think about it. You can think of how it would be fun, but it's too risky, and we don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Dogness, have an annoying PC that when they get killed, turn it into an annoying ghost. Oh, then when they get killed, turn it into an annoying ghost. Sorry. My stuff is all fucked up. Hey, Enigma, how's it going? Hold on. Sorry. My shit just fell over. You're working on some stuff, but I have my have your presence. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, there it goes. Now it's all falling. Oh. Whatever. I'll deal with it later. But welcome. How you doing, Enigma? Music's a bit loud. There we go. How's that? But yeah. Ugh. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna try to futz with this a bit. See if I can get it to get it fixed. It's the heat. The heat in my house is starting to kill everything. But anyway, yeah. The cultist idea about them having the shared trauma, the more I think about that, the more I actually kind of want to do it. The more that I think I could do it. Because what if this was something that, like, these cultists just kind of moved into town? What if these cultists moved into town? There were a couple of them, but then obviously there's bad shit happening all over in the world. Why wouldn't they prey on people in their time of need? So they use the bad shit happening to convince them to maybe unknowingly participate in these rituals. You'll head out now. Hey, I appreciate you coming by, Scythero. Yeah, what if we did that? I could absolutely make something like that work. I could absolutely make something like that work. Let's see. I wonder how would I put this? Cultists. There we go. We'll say that they moved into town and preyed on the people's how do I put this? They preyed on the people's I was gonna say misfortunes, but it's not exactly misfortunes, right? It's they preyed on the people. Oh no, wait. They preyed on the people by promising them help with all the troubles in the world. Something like that. I don't know. So we need a cult leader. We would need a cult leader, but we'll say the cult leader lies and has they've lied and convinced the people of the town that like the rituals and stuff are actually for I guess just misleading, right? Convincing the people that the rituals and stuff that they're doing are for, you know, some god. We'll say an unnamed god at this point, but help with protection. That works. Oh, that works. Hold on. How do I word this better? Cult leader lies and has convinced people of the town that the rituals and magics used to protect the town and its people are what linked to nature and we'll just say good aligned. This was mostly for me. The reality is the cult kidnaps travelers and newcomers for sacrifices in a nearby cave system that helps to summon. Yeah, we'll say summon. Yeah. Summon devils to the material plane. That kind of thing. Lovely, right? We like this stuff. Traveler's only 1L? It is. Okay. What are my other notes here? Leadership is paid off with large amounts of gold. Yeah. We can get rid of that. I think originally what I was typing up for this was it was really gonna just shut everything down, right? They were gonna shut everything down, just kind of be avoid outsiders and stuff like that. But this actually might work out better. Weirdness, maybe with the people, missing people, mostly outsiders. No, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go outsiders go missing often. Cave nearby outside of town that secretly has a sacrificial altar. Sure. Cultists will sacrifice in town so I can pull more devils in. Yup. Okay. We're gonna be repeating some information, but that's okay. God, that's gonna annoy me. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Stupid stuff. Equipment issues. Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. No, I'm gonna make this a whole other. There we go. The people had been suffering from undead wandering nearby. What else? Hold on. What else is happening near that town? This might give me another reason. I'm looking at my actual physical map, trying to figure out what else I might be able to throw in. No. Actually, what if it wasn't that? People have been suffering from, yeah, actually, we'll keep that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I kind of like that, right? So, undead have been coming up. People have been possessed, and then the weather's just been completely off, right? Shit that would make these people feel like everything's out of control. They're losing their hold on everything around them. It's all just kind of falling apart. Their entire existence, everything that they know, is no longer that. Which actually I could plan for stuff to be a little different, right? Or not. Maybe everything's normal now. Or maybe there's some pageantry going on, right? Maybe there's some pageantry going on. And I say this because here's my thought. Known to the people of... There we go. What better situation, right? What better situation than one in which there is a cult that takes over a town, and they do so by creating an issue that miraculously only they can fix. That works. And might be a little too real, actually. Might be a little too real. Because I can say with like certainty that has happened in the past. These things happen. Okay, there we go. How do we get them? How do we suck them into that? How do we suck them into that? I guess just by doing that. Maybe they did a little bit of maybe they sold a bit of snake oil initially, right? Did a couple house calls here and there. We're like, oh yeah, our magic can help. Let us help you. And then because they were the cause of the various effects that these townspeople were dealing with, they easily just drop whatever magic they're using, right? It wouldn't be too hard. But then things started to happen on a larger scale, so they go, okay, we need to pull out some drastic, we need to pull out all the stops. We need to take drastic measures, and that's when they really officially set up shop. Yeah, there we go. Started as house calls, but once the yeah. Yeah, so once the problems began to spread and became more frequent, they offered stronger magic to protect the entire town. Yeah, here we go. Through sacrifice. There we go. Because we don't really want to lie, right? I think part of a really good lie is it's honest, right? We lie all the time. Yes, we do, Meatball. Yes, we do. How's it going? But I'd say what makes a lie a really good lie is when you're able to tell the truth in order to lie. Right? Because it's the incredibly elaborate lies that end up being found out. But the ones that are like, we changed one tiny detail, but then we're honest about everything else, I think those ones catch people the most. Because it's all based in truth. Which means when you go about and you start fact checking stuff, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna tell you that we're sacrificing virgins in order to keep this volcano from exploding. The lie being that the sacrificing is what keeps the volcano from exploding. But when you go and you fact check it and you go, okay, well, the volcano hasn't been exploding and they've been sacrificing virgins, so that's a bit more, correlation, causation, that kind of thing. But fact checking these things for people who are desperate, oh my god, that's it. That's exactly it. We lie using the truth. That's how you run a cult. What about sacrificing volcanoes for healthy virgins? Ooh, yes, exactly. All your virgins will be healthy as long as you sacrifice the volcano every full moon. But that's it, right? I don't know how many of you have experience with cults, I do. I have experience with cults. Not that I was ever part of one, but I've seen people that have joined cults. And more often than not, the cults nowadays are really just after your money, right? They're after your money, they're after your stuff. But the thing about them is they still attract thousands of people. They still attract thousands of people. And they do it by using methods that rely on the truth in order to spread a lie. 100%. And it is. It's that breakdown of we've all heard. I'm assuming we've all heard. I've heard it said over and over. Correlation does not equal causation, right? Just because two things happen at the same time does not mean that they are linked together, right? So the throwing, sacrificing virgins in order to prevent a volcano from exploding. You sacrifice virgins, the volcano never explodes. Are the two actually linked? No, they're not. But because somebody has told you that they are, and the evidence points to them being linked, people will think that they are linked. I've seen my most recent experience with this kind of thing is with and I'm not going to call anything out by name, but essentially it was a physical therapy thing to help with PTSD and mental issues. But it wasn't like strenuous activity or anything. It was literally like you just tapped on yourself. Okay? You literally just tapped on yourself. Like you just kind of did this, right? And you only did it a little bit. And it was like, oh, that was supposed to help with all of these issues. When really what's happening is if you find a way to get over your various issues, PTSD, stuff like that, just through your own willpower, that's what's really doing it. But this cult had all of these people, these thousands, I'm not kidding, thousands of people convinced that just tapping on your forehead would it would cure all of your issues. And it started out with the small mental stuff. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, there's, also the whole, if you're thinking that it's going to help, then it can help, that kind of placebo effect thing. But then they started like expanding into physical issues and stuff like that. And I'm like, this doesn't work. But because people would feel better, because they were essentially utilizing the placebo effect, but with a physical motion, physical interaction rather than with a pill, it ended up convincing a lot of these people that this is what actually worked, right? So the full moon doesn't cause lycanthropes to go wild, but worldwide lycanthropes perform a ritualistic hunt to ensure the moon doesn't disappear for another month. Where, Dognus, were you around when we had the werewolf discussion? Oh, I don't know if I have it. I don't know. I think I have it somewhere, but I don't remember where. Were you around for our werewolf discussion where we discussed how you were not? Oh, we had a whole talk about werewolves and what if it was what was it about the full moon that made werewolves turn? And we kind of played around with the idea that maybe it was all psychological, and that the full moon never actually caused anybody to turn into a werewolf, but it was all psychological, and it was a myth passed down through the generations that people ended up taking as truth. So when somebody infected with the werewolf virus ended up panicked enough to the point where their body would start to change, it was usually associated with the fact that they were looking at the full moon, which they believed would cause them to turn. So it's not the full moon that caused them to turn, but it was just the fact that the infection, the virus, the curse, the magic, whatever it is that changed them, was triggered by their panic, their increased heart rate, something like that, or triggered words like, oh god, I'm transforming, or it was, it's just linked psychologically to where if somebody was convinced they were going to change, then they changed. And then we got into the whole science behind, like, okay, well, what is it? If it actually is the moon, what is it about the full moon that causes a werewolf to change? And, could that be triggered by other things and stuff like that? It was a whole discussion. It was, oh God, I don't know when that was. A month ago? Month and a half ago? Something like that? Maybe? But yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. And yeah, we kind of touched on that. So it's not necessarily like, it's all psychological. Anyway, so this links back to the cults. They use facts, right? Facts like, we threw a virgin into the volcano. The volcano didn't explode. They take those two things and they assume that because they both happened, they're both involving each other, kind of, or they're both like the two things are interacting. The virgin and the volcano are both interacting. That because of that, they're linked. Right? In science, they say correlation does not equal causation. It means just because two things are happening doesn't mean that they're linked together. My biological father, I've been told stories about my biological father complaining that brushing his teeth using toothpaste gave him cavities. Because he brushed his teeth with toothpaste, or he used toothpaste, and he still got cavities. Therefore, he attributed his cavities to his toothpaste. Nobody fucking asked about what he was eating, what other shit he was putting in his mouth. And he was just like, nope, toothpaste is bad for your teeth. Because I got cavities and I used toothpaste. That's like saying that driving a car is, well, that one's kind of true. No, let's say driving a car gives you skin cancer because I ended up with skin cancer on my left arm because I drove a car every day. Is the car causing the skin cancer? No. The sun outside the car shining through the window on my left arm is what causes the skin cancer. If a tree falls in the woods, is that the reason why our government is shit? Because the tree fell and our government is shit. They're in the same country, so obviously they must be linked, right? That kind of thing. That one's a huge stretch, and generally people are gonna go, fuck, no. Yeah, exactly. Seatbelts cause car accidents. Most people who crash have a belt on, so it's obviously the cause. Exactly. That's the kind of thing, and that's, like, those kinds of arguments are being made every single day by people that don't follow the rule of correlation does not equal causation. just because you have two facts and they're kind of related to each other doesn't mean that, you know, one is the effect of another. Unless you're in a cult. Unless you're in a cult. Because cults 100% rely on that. They 100% rely on that. They need you to believe that these two facts are 100% related and connected because of the lie they told you. They use a single lie. If you watch my stream and you win the lottery, is it still my stream being lucky? Yeah, exactly. That's it. But no, they take one lie and they build on it using a bunch of truths and facts, none of which are ever related. They're only they only seem to be related, but they are never actually related. The only way that that kind of thing actually ends up working out is because the people that fall for them, more often than not, they lack critical thinking, not because they're dumb, but because they're in a situation in life, they're in a spot in their lives where they aren't able to think critically enough to avoid being sucked into a cult and then losing everything they own or even their lives. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's why I can't remember the guy, but it's literally where the "don't drink the Kool-Aid" term comes from. Was the cult that it was a suicide cult. It was a suicide cult, and everybody drank poison Kool-Aid, and they all died. It was a mass suicide, and the only reason that was successful was because the people that Jonestown, that actually sounds right. Thank you, Dogness. But the only reason that was successful was because the people that joined that cult were vulnerable. They were in a point in their lives where they needed something to believe in, and they were given something to believe in. And it cost them their lives. You just finished tweaking your race? Nice, Roxy. Are you going to share it in the Discord? Anyway, so big cult talk. Big cult talk. And I bring it up only because we're talking about putting a cult in my game, and I've already had a cult, right? Or a cult. Really, it was never even a cult. It's an organization, right? If an organization if a group of people never even lie to you, they tell you exactly what they're doing, is it a cult? Or is it just people with a goal? I would say that a cult would have to lie to you, right? I wonder. You'll share it with me first if that's okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine, Roxy. I'm gonna actually look up the definition of a cult. A system of religious veneration and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object. Okay. A relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. Okay. A misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. Okay. Those all work. I guess they're not all... I don't know. These ones don't really... I guess it depends on what you think they're lying about, huh? Because technically, by that first definition, A system of religious veneration and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object. Well, we know what that's about, right? We've seen cults. We've got a mass by that definition, and we already know this because people have referred to them as a cult. We have a large cult trying to work its way through the U.S. and take over. But it's based on a lie. I guess they're all based on lies, huh? Even if it's not an obvious one. They're all lies that if it's an older cult, if it's an ancient cult, then I guess the lie's more believable because it's been around for thousands of years, right? But newer cults are easier to point out the problems with. But again, it's all the same. You have two cults fleshed out, Dogness. First has an outer appearance of a pro-Warforged rights group. Inside they propose to give you eternal life in a Warforged body. Truth is, the head is siphoning intelligence through the Warforged guardians of its members. Oh, God. People become drained mentally and produce what are basically spark golems obedient to a leader. Oh, that's bad. I really like that, Dogness. Meatball, you say the Pepsi people. I actually don't know what you are referring to with that. Botnet? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. What? No. Dogness. Have you watched Doctor Who? Because what you just described is the Cybermen. Like yeah, what you just described is very Cybermen. Not that it's bad. Not that it's bad. Because honestly, like, if it's fun to play, that's the only thing that matters. But no, it's good. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. And I guarantee you came up with that. Yeah, no one will notice. I only notice because I connect things. But it's not bad, and I'd say run with it. Like, my stuff is not original. As much as I would like it to be original, I know it's not original. The stuff that I come up with, I know, I can guarantee somebody else has come up with it before. Because you're talking about all of human existence over the last however long people have been coming up with stories. And you're looking back at it all and going, nobody's thought of this idea. That's not true. At this point, pretty much every single idea that you're going to come up with has been thought of. Whether it be something that you're inventing or something that you're writing, it's already been thought of. If it's something you're inventing and nobody's invented it yet, it's more likely because the person that thought of it before never thought they could actually go through with the inventing process. And I've had those situations. I've known people who have had those situations. My stepdad claims that he invented the beer bong. Right? He claims that he invented the beer bong, him and his friends. It's a funnel and a hose. And he claimed he invented it. And then got really mad when he saw them being sold in stores years later. So much for the adamantine hand and its leader who is creating a workforce for his Dao genie in exchange for power. Ooh, okay, that one's kind of cool. That's pretty cool, Dogness. I like that one. But yeah, I mean, I've had that situation. I don't know if you guys know, or if you had ever seen the commercials for them, but there was a toy that came out in the 2000s, I think early to mid 2000s, and it was not super popular. Like, I never knew anybody that actually bought it, but what it was a little fan, and it was pointed up, right? And then it basically, it came with like a couple ping pong balls or something. They were just super light, and then you could put like attachments on them, and then you'd put them over the fan, and the fan would hold them in place or within the current, and they'd smack against each other until one of them got knocked out of the air current, and then there was that single one just sitting there bobbing in the air. Myself and the friend I was with at the time we had invented that a couple years before, because we were bored one day during the summer. We took a fan, we angled it so it was blowing straight up. We took some balloons and jelly beans, put some jelly beans in the balloons, blew them up, and then we put them in the fans, and we called it Battle Balloons, and we waited to see whose balloon would get, knocked out. Really fun to do, by the way. If you need some cheap entertainment, balloons, jelly beans, and a fan is all you need. But yeah, it's one of those where, like, more often than not, ideas aren't gonna be original. So don't worry if it ends up sounding like, you're putting Cybermen in your game or anything like that, because nobody's really gonna care. And if anybody does care, you just go, aha, yeah, I modeled it after that, even if you didn't. You just kind of brush it off. You just go, yeah, whatever. Okay, so original ideas, unoriginal ideas, that kind of thing. We talked about cults. We do have some stuff. Bum. Okay. Roxy, I'll since I'm assuming you want it to stay between you and I right now, I'll look at your race after stream. Unless you want me to pull it up on screen and we can look at it, but I'll look at it after stream. So we've got a cult. We know the lie, right? We know the lie. They are there to protect the people. That's the lie. That's literally it. There was a problem. The cultists ended the problem. Like, the problem was no more after the cultists were there and people agreed to, their terms. Keep it between us for now. Okay, not a problem, Roxy. And the people are safe. I think that's about the extent of the facts. And actually, maybe we'll do this. We'll say cult details. We'll say the lie is we'll just list out a bunch of truths. Right? say the lie was? That the cultists were protecting them? No, that's not true. No, because that's not the lie. That's not the lie. The lie is the cultists are the reason the people are safe. And you could argue that that's the truth. You could argue that that's the truth. But Dogness, the other cult starts off as a drug distribution network. It's a cult to Zuktmoy. Love it. With all the horrible rotten decay things in place. Take drugs, end up enslaved. Oh, with blights in your skin, or in your stomach, or wooden skin. So wait, ulcers? Okay, so you end up with ulcers. Or wooden skin spreading like a rash. Gross. They planned on creating a plague that can spread along magic, including healing magic with an intention to restore plants, fungus, above all, blighted zombies. Hold on, I'm distracted. What's the general level of technology in this world, and how common is magic? How many people, percentage, let's say, know at least a level 2 spell? I would say that magic is common in that there are folks that are able to enchant items, stuff like that. You can actually, at least in the big cities, not in every town, but pretty much only in the capitals, you can go and request, there's one, maybe two shops that specialize in enchanting. You can find priests and clerics within churches, but I think it's more like people live with various levels of magic depending on where they are in the world. Obviously, not obviously, but in my world, I guess the closer you are to civilization, the more magic is utilized. But then if you go out to like a farm, it's not like the farmer has magic tractors that run themselves and know exactly how to do all the farming themselves. It's more convenient stuff. So lighting, plumbing, all that stuff is run by magic. That said, how many people actually know magic and are able to cast spells? Less than you would think. Because I like to think of it as like high skill level jobs. So it's not like everybody and their grandmother would be able to go out and start learning, level 2 spells or even level 1 spells. More often than not, it's going to be something that was somebody very specifically trained for. So in my world, I really haven't included a whole lot of like sorcerers or anything, but then again, I guess I've used cultists that are able to cast magic. I don't know. It's a high fantasy world is the best way I can put it. So any advancements in technology are gonna be magical more often than not. you know, there could be coal burning trains and furnaces and stuff like that, but generally when you have something cleaner like magic, folks would tend to go with magic. But I guess that also means that there's nothing that says that magic has to be clean, right? In my world, I want magic to be clean. It makes things a lot easier, and then I don't have to worry about including stuff like pollution and whatnot. Yeah, it's high fantasy, so magic is prominent. Twig blights living inside you. Cultists vomit up chest-bursting plant creatures. That and yellow musk creeper zombies are her main tools. Oh, okay, I see. Using drugs to get people obedient keeps things smooth. Just smell this flower and all their pain goes away. That's dark. That's dark dogness, but 100% believable, because all that sounds like to me is a drug dealer. That just sounds like a drug dealer. But I guess in that case, what the drug dealer is getting is twig blights and zombies and stuff like that. Whereas in a regular drug dealer situation, the drug dealer is getting money, farming money. But I like it. So, our cultists' lie, is that the reason the people are safe is because of the cultists. The truth is, bad things stop happening when the cultists say, no, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Cultists say bad things will stop happening. Next truth. Bad things stop happening. The cultists say it's because of sacrifices. Truth. The cultists perform sacrifices. Great. I think that's good enough, right? The cultists are the reason the people are safe. Technically, even that isn't a lie. Technically, that's still a truth, but the lie is that, and we can include that, the people were in danger because of the cultists. I don't know why I keep double tapping the S there. Cultists, oh god, King Sound, how's it going? Not to poke holes, no, Meatball, I'm always up for poking holes. Just trying to follow the logic of the world. What keeps this cult hidden? They're not hidden. If travelers go missing in this town, you imagine there would be a way, magical or otherwise, for the people who are missing them to find where they've been and figure out where they disappeared. Maybe, yeah. But this cult isn't hidden. Cults don't necessarily have to be hidden. You almost got me, King. You almost got me. You gotta make sure I'm looking at my screen and not chat. But yeah, nothing actually says that a cult has to be hidden, right? I mean, I'll be good, and I'm not going to name any of them by name, but there are multiple cults. There are multiple cults within the real world that are out in the open. They are out in the open, and they preach their message to anyone they can. They preach their message to anyone they can. Yes. Magic being like a dirty generator is an interesting tone. Casting a spell and being covered in grease or having a smell like you were in a smokestack for an hour sounds like an interesting setting with a strong separation between natural magic. Yeah. Very artificer flavoring. I think hidden in plain sight, kind of, yeah. Or, again, I gotta be careful about this. Although I don't think anybody would really care. Like I said, I have experience with cults. I've seen people get sucked into cults. And the one that I used as an example earlier with the tapping, this is something that you can just straight up Google. And they have conventions for this cult. They don't hide it. Those real world cults don't definitively sacrifice people. And the ones who disappear, people get taken down eventually. Meatball, you'd think that. But how do I say this? What's the difference between a cult and a church? What's the difference between a cult and a regular religion? Because if you keep that in mind, real world cults definitely have and do and will sacrifice people, and they 100% have made people disappear. Or in control. Scientology, we are just a religion type thing. Yeah. Anyway. So, but yeah, no, they don't necessarily have to stay hidden, especially in a world, or at least I believe in a world where you do have magic, stuff like this, then obviously there's going to be more powerful forms of magic, blood magic, sacrificial magic, that kind of thing, where you're actually utilizing the power of somebody's flesh, bone, blood, soul, their just bodily energy, that kind of stuff, their spirit. Which I guess in a game where you have ghosts and stuff, there absolutely 100% is such a thing as a soul, right? Or at least some form of energy that persists after death. But in those instances, the lie is that they're using old magic. They're using ancient, powerful magics to protect people, utilizing the power of these essentially immortal energy sources. Or, well, yeah, like a battery that never goes out. You'd have to. I couldn't imagine how much energy would actually be stored within a ghost for something to exist for that long. Hundreds of years. You forgot another cult you have. That is the LMM pyramid scheme that gets magical as you get higher up. Just the thought of a pyramid scheme. But that's it's a good point. It's a good point. Meatball, and you make my writing a bit better. Cultists claim old/ancient protection magics that require blood sacrifices to keep them in place. Yeah, there we go. Again, this is a cult, as most cult leaders actually know. They've made up whatever they're preaching, right? So these cultists move in, they see a town which they can exploit. They have their, secret base where they set up an altar. The difference between a religion and a cult is that a religion has government or legal protections. That'll be your definition. But like, fundamentally, what's the difference? So if a cult got government and legal protection, they would be a religion and no longer a cult. And they have additional support from another societal system. Hey, I appreciate the lurk, Total Chaos. So what you're saying is there is no difference between a religion and a cult unless somebody that is in power, who technically really is no different than the regular person, decides that they are a religion and not a cult. Which, wouldn't that just be a king that fell for the cult? Wouldn't that be a governing body that fell for the cult? I'm really trying hard, depending on the society. But yeah, well, what do you mean, depending on the society? What do you mean, depending on the society? Literally, as soon as anybody in power falls for the cult, if there's a cult and it's gaining power, and then it reaches the head of, of whatever society, if the head of the society falls for the cult, or decides that there's any truth in it at all, or decides that they're not harmful at all, it becomes a religion and not a cult. You and I don't live in a monarchy. No, we don't. No, we don't. But we might. But then again, we can look back at monarchies in the past and see that all it takes for a monarch to, it really was just every single monarch falling into the belief system of various cults. But if it was a democracy, if it was a society run by a council of members, all you have to do is convince enough of those members that the cult isn't lying, and they gain religion status, right? So that's all it really takes, is convincing enough people. And just because you convince the leaders does not mean that you've convinced the majority. According to Google, one of the key differences is that in a religion you may come and go freely, but a cult traps you and prevents your ability to leave or even contact people outside. We live in a land of stupid old religious men. Yeah. I don't want to okay, back to lurking. I don't want to I don't want to shit on anybody's religion or anybody's spiritual beliefs or anything like that. But I think it's to the point where I have to use actual real world examples now. So let's use. That's why you used quotes. Let's use 2 examples here. Let's use 2 perfect examples. One of them is widely regarded as a cult. Your account has been shut down for breaching. Yeah, but yeah, let's hope this doesn't go against TOS. I'm gonna use 2 examples. One of them widely accepted as a cult, the other widely accepted as a religion. Unless you've had interactions with this religion and then you go, oh no, that's a cult. But according to the government, a religion, a church, well known, spread all across the country. First, we'll go with the cult, right? We have the cult of Trump, right? We've shiz, that's my religion. That's my religion, damn it. But no, we have this cult of Trump, right? And I'm not gonna get like super into whether he's good or bad or anything, but these people that literally have created golden idols of him and they literally worship him, they are a part of a cult. 100%. The people that donate to him, we've seen the emails, we've seen this stuff come out, that these people who have donated to him, they get more and more emails constantly requesting money. And they tell you that if you don't donate your money to Trump and his cause, that you are then equated to their quote unquote enemy, the Democrats, right? That's what it is. It's a cult mentality that says if you're not 100% with us, then you're against us. You need to 100% believe in this person, this idol, and if there's even 1 ounce of questioning, if you falter even a little bit, you are no longer with us, you are part of the enemy, right? We've seen this over and over and over and over the last few years, okay? Cult. Everybody looks at that and they go, that's a cult, that's a cult. But then let's talk about the Mormons. We can talk about the Church of Latter-day Saints, right? All these LDS folks, they function in almost the exact same way, right? They function in almost the exact same way in that, 1, they want your money, okay? They want you to pay tithe. I was baptized Mormon. My one whole side of my family's Mormon. My parents were like, they really got into being Mormon when I was a teenager. And boy, they were almost harassed constantly for tithe which is literally just give us your money. We need your money. If you're not donating your money, you're not being a good Mormon. And if there was any faltering, they started to worry that you weren't a good Mormon. There's a whole bunch of pageantry that goes into it, like how you get into the temples. Only certain people can go into temples. At a certain point, only men can go into various areas of the temples, stuff like that. It's all super culty. And they have a lot of the same stuff. And boy, you can get kicked out of the Mormon church. They don't give you, they'll try to work with you to fix your behavior. But if you're not who they want in the church, they kick you out of the church. And they tell you, they make these promises to you of a great golden afterlife where you'll always be happy, and that's just kind of the general Christianity thing. But 100% a cult. Everything they do, everything they say, the way they behave, all points to Mormonism and the Church of Latter-day Saints as being a cult. However, recognized in this country as a religion. So going back to the whole depending on society, and this is the difference between a church and a cult. Is it really? Is it really? Because what if we had a new age cult? What if we had this tapping cult that I mentioned earlier, and let's say the leader decided to run for president, right? He decided to run for president. He spent the money. He had all the advertising. People liked him because cult leaders are charismatic. People like them. This is a common thing. This is well known. And he wins. He becomes president. He signs an executive order saying that his cult is now a religion. Like, I'm not here to shit on religion today. I'm not here to do anything like that. I'm just saying, I don't see a whole lot of difference between what makes a religion and what makes a cult beyond whether it's, accepted or not more widely. But yeah, let's see. People joked about him being a golden god emperor, and his cult just accepted that as real, missing the satire. These folks were 100% yeah, no, it's gross. Meatball, you believe that? Yeah, it's a good quote. All religion is a cult. It could be, yeah. Aren't the higher levels of Mormon heaven restricted on wealth donated to how many wives you have? Yeah, it's not. It's weird. You know how Christianity has 400 branches? Mormonism's getting there too. But I mean, that's that's all it takes, really. So anyway, I would say a cult could stay in the light as long as they were honest about what they were doing. And yeah, blood sacrifices are probably a big no-no, but if you have an entire town that's convinced themselves that they're okay with it and are willing to protect the people that are doing it, then who's really going to stop it from happening? Unless you decide to decimate the entire town. In which case, call in the murder hobos, because this is what they were built for. Yeah. That might work. And again, this kind of goes back to what the what was said earlier about a bunch of cult members actually banding together through shared trauma. So again, these people, this town, they were put under attack, essentially. They didn't know who was attacking them. They just thought this is bad shit. And then these cultists who were causing the bad shit popped in and they were like, hey, we can help you. Because their motivation is they need bodies. Also, it's on a pretty much a trade route. So there's going to be people coming and going through this town. One or two people disappearing every few days. Probably not gonna be missed all that much. Or it's not gonna be that big of a deal, but they have to make sure that the entire town is in on it, right? That way nobody starts ringing any alarm bells and stuff like that. Does it count as virgin sacrifice if you have a priest with Revivify on hand? No, it doesn't. Cult equals has warlocks. Religion has clerics. Joking, but only mostly joking. I know. And what's the difference, really? What's the difference? But yes, Meatball, your original point. Especially in a world of magic, any cult that can sacrifice people out in the open with impunity can't exist within a larger power structure. Not because it's dangerous to people, but because it's a threat to the central authority of the land. Yes, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And that's why they needed to convince the people, like all the people of this town. Sure, the town exists within a larger country. Sure, the town isn't, home to the governing body of the entire country. But in a world where there's so many bad things happening, where the main capital, where the governing body actually resides, is being flooded and they're having to deal with a sickness, as well as an undead incursion from the north, and all sorts of other shit just kind of popping up all over the place. That's what you mean by hidden from the rest of the world? Trying to think of. My brain just froze. Hidden from the rest of the world. If an interest was taken, especially if the answer to the problem is put a notice on a bounty board, send some rat catchers in after them. Oh no, that's the thing. There is no thing, because actually that's a good point, because as I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I've already kind of said it, this isn't something where they would be out in the streets just talking about how they were sacrificing people. And this is where I kind of, like, my original notes, which were just kind of all over the place, this one little like weirdness question mark thing, maybe with the people, something outsiders go missing often, blah blah blah. this is something where it's not actually. So yeah, actually, I guess you're right, Meatball, and I kind of planned for that. This is a cult that out in the open they're saying that they're protecting the people, but it's behind closed doors where they actually talk about the sacrifices and stuff. They're not advertising that they sacrifice people. They simply advertise that they have magic that protects the people. The people in town, though, have been convinced of the magic, so they know about the sacrifices. They have to know about the sacrifices. They have to know. So it's like, it's levels of trust, right? Outsiders, you don't trust outsiders. You don't talk to outsiders. So the outsiders aren't going to know how the magics work. Because, oh my god, what if an outsider tries to take down the magics, and then all of a sudden the townspeople are under attack by all these things again? So they aren't going to talk to outsiders about it. But the entire town's convinced that it works. So they're essentially part of the cult at a low level. So they know a little bit. They know that there are sacrifices. They know that in the beginning they had to sacrifice a couple of their own, but then they realized that they could try to get travelers as sacrifices instead. They know that there's a cave outside of town where the sacrificial magics actually go on. But that's about it. So I guess you're right, Meatball. You're right. And I already planned for that, but I forgot. Or it got lost up here. This is why me typing out just one word with a question mark isn't the greatest. Maybe a cult member has some power in a nearby bigger city and are sending rat catchers to fail and be sacrificed. That one works. Especially if the town creates a rumor of some kind of monster or dungeon nearby to attract adventurers in the first place. Yeah, that could work. That could work. Anyway, again, this one wouldn't be calling attention to itself. The people of the town would talk about the people, or these cultists. They wouldn't refer to them as cultists because nobody would. Nobody's gonna go, oh yeah, there's some cultists hanging out and they're protecting our town using their black magics. No, they're gonna go, nobody's gonna introduce themselves as a cultist. They're gonna introduce themselves as, Joe Schmo, a healer, or a purveyor of protection magics, or, shit like that. If you're playing a wizard, the constable. If you're playing a wizard and you introduce yourself as a wizard, you should probably rethink your backstory, right? If you're playing a rogue, do you really want to be known as a rogue? I like the idea of playing characters not as their class, but as their name and who they actually are. That's how people should be playing their characters. Nobody should be introducing themselves as a fighter. No. Introduce yourself as a guy who's good with weapons. Introduce yourself as somebody who excels in martial combat. That still could be any class, but you remembered another cult you made under a magic university. There's a group of Illithid that provide knowledge. Thralls in the campus bring outsiders to a study group, help people become smarter, but eventually the truth comes out. I like it. You just finished your class? Nice, Roxy, nice. Anyway, yeah. So these cultists aren't going to introduce themselves as cultists. They're not going to say, "Hi, I'm John Cultist. I'm with the cult. Can we come do cult stuff in here because our cult is good for you?" Our cult would never lie to you. Our cult would be, a great thing for you in your life. If you're a wizard, you might introduce yourself as a researcher or a scribe. Yes, absolutely. If you want to define yourself by your magics, refer to yourself as an aerothurge or a pyromancer or, something like that. If your character specializes in a type of magic. One who uses evocation magic is an evoker. Necromantic magic is obviously a necromancer. You're not a wizard, you're a necromancer, right? If you rely heavily on transmutation magic, hell, honestly, you could probably call yourself an alchemist. Ooh. Oh, it's a dragoon class. Okay, that I'm definitely gonna take a look at, Roxy. After stream. That one caught my eye. But yeah, like, specialize your class. I don't know how many people ask, like, how many people play monks and just say, "I'm a monk"? Like, I get it. A monk is a monk. Even in real life, you go to a monastery, you expect to find monks. But there's a huge difference between like a Tibetan monk and a Catholic. Were the monks Catholic? I can't remember. But there's a huge difference between monks from various areas. I think they were Catholic. You're a monster dragon hunter? Yeah, sure. Hey, exactly. Go by your profession. Give your characters a profession, not just a class, but a profession. Make yourself a hunter. If you want to play a ranger, make yourself a hunter. If you're a Beastmaster Ranger, call yourself a hunter if that's your job. If your purpose in life, in the game, is to hunt things down, do that. You want to play a rogue, but you don't want to be super steely all the time? Call yourself an investigator. Call yourself a detective. Run yourself a detective rogue. You're out here doing field work for your dissertation. You're studying the effects of various applied weave effects on unwilling test subjects. I like that, Meatball. Cultists Anonymous. I'm John and I'm a cultist. I've been struggling, and last week a vagrant passed out right on my altar. I grabbed my dagger and started chanting, but right as the black flames lit, I was able to stop myself. It's hard, but 3 months without a sacrifice next week. I love that dogness. Exactly. And yeah, we're not, I don't know. It's just that, right? It's just that. These cultists aren't going to come into town and go, "Hi, we're cultists. We see you're having bad stuff happen. We can make not bad stuff happen. Would you like us to make not bad stuff happen with our cultist magic?" No. They're going to come in and they're going to pretend they're saviors. Hell, they might even lie and say that they're followers of some, various god. It's kind of the concept behind the Hexblade Warlock that I want to play, that honestly believes they are a paladin because they believe that their patron is some old god who just needs to be brought back to power. There's no reason why, or I guess even a cleric, but there's no reason why they would just throw that out. Yeah, I am interested, because if it's like a Final Fantasy Dragoon, I might use it too. But yeah, so where are we at with your guys' input, with all of this kind of being talked through and figured out a bit? We have this town. We have the town of Hullen Lodge. Is it a Final Fantasy Dragoon or a real world Dragoon? Good question. We have the town. We know that the entire town knows about the cultists. Doesn't know wouldn't refer to them as cultists, but they know what they're doing. No. This is the lie that's been told to them. These are the truths that they know, the facts, right? The people know that these leaders came in and ads. I'm sorry, Roxy. But they know that these people came in. They said bad things will stop happening. They said they have to do sacrifices, or they need sacrifices for the magic. They perform the sacrifices, bad things stop happening. And that should really be enough, right? There's honesty. There's honesty and openness in order to build up that lie, right? On the outside, if you're not a member of the town, if you're not a member of the cult, if you haven't been convinced by the cult, you don't know what they're doing. Just like the only reason why anybody knows that the temples for the Mormon Church conduct like ritualistic, I don't know if you guys know this. The Mormon Church in their temples performs ritualistic baptisms, not to baptize the people that are there, but to baptize the deceased. They baptize the dead by baptizing the living. Yeah, we've heard about this. But the only reason we've heard about this is because people have leaked it. This is not something that the church just advertises, right? Cults don't put they got Elvis in there. I don't know if they got Elvis. I don't know about that, but these are the kinds of things that they're not going to advertise because they want it to seem normal to their members, right? And if you hear about this before you join the church, you're probably going to go, what the fuck? What the fuck are they smoking? And where can I get some? But once you're in, it starts to seem a bit more normal because you really believe. You really start to believe. So, the people of the town know the cult is sacrificing people. The people of the town even might help the cult sacrifice people because they want to keep their town safe. But because they know, because there's gonna be that inherent, like, this might be a bad thing and maybe we shouldn't do it. They're not gonna openly talk about sacrificing people. And they're probably not even gonna let the children know about it. They're just gonna go, oh yeah, these nice people help keep us safe. We wanna treat them nice and make sure that they're happy. It's the adults that know. Because that's how it goes. And then as kids get older, then they get indoctrinated into it more and more and more and more. It's about speed growth versus yeah. Anyway, can you really change the faith of a person after they die? Isn't the soul already gone by that point? That doesn't add up. But you guess it shouldn't. Yeah, that's the thing, Dogness. That's the thing. And again, not to speak ill of anyone, but cults go after people that lack critical thinking. Again, not that they're stupid, not that they're less intelligent. It's just cults work on people who are at points in their lives where they simply lack the critical thinking they normally would or should have. That's it. So yeah, how about that? I'm gonna actually type some of this stuff out. I'll reorganize it as later on, but let's see. Adults know about sacrifices. The children do not. Once a person hits 16 years of no. It has to be younger than that. 12. Once a person hits 12 years of age, this is why 8. I know, like 8 would work, right? 8 would work. Maybe 10. We'll do 10. We'll do 10. And this is because and churches do this. I think the age for baptism in the Mormon church is 8 years old. But they get them young when they still trust in adults and they still believe that adults know what's best, when they're more receptive to absorbing and holding on to information that they've been told. So yeah, we'll say 10 years of age. I don't want to go 8, but but at 10 you can set off on your Pokemon journey. Yeah, exactly. That's only if your mom is hot and the professor wants to get with her, though. So once a person hits 10 years of age, they start to be let in on some of the secrets. Slowly building up to the knowledge of the sacrifices. Town leadership helps to arrange abductions of travelers coming through town for the sacrifices. What's the secret cult going on in Pokemon? Is it a weird the secret cult in Pokemon is that I don't know. There's a lot of secrets in Pokemon. I like the war stuff. I like the war stuff that's linked to like Lieutenant Surge, and then the lack of like father figures out in the world, and stuff like that. If you guys haven't read that stuff, give it a Google. It's interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon stuff because they've come out with so many games, so many shows, so many like mangas and everything. All the Pokedex entries for all the different Pokemon. They've created so much lore that there's so many things you can kind of go off of. Silver has a dad. Silver's dad is a fucking mobster. Silver, but yeah, Silver does have a dad. Silver does have a dad. Faulkner has a dad. Faulkner's a kid. Faulkner's a kid, has a dad, talks about his dad, but you never see Faulkner's dad. What about having tiers of knowledge, each having their own ritual to advance? Lets different people know different levels of things and realistically causes a sunken cost. Yeah, exactly. Dogness, yeah, that's kind of what I was hitting on with the slowly building up to the knowledge of the sacrifices thing. I just didn't want to fully detail it because honestly, it's not going to come up. It's not going to come up. It's one of those things, Roxy, you don't have a dad? Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. Honestly, I don't either. So is Meadow Soprano's dad, but she turned out okay, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of what I was hinting at with just that. I just don't want to actually detail and create the different levels of a cult, because again, it's not going to come up. It's basically going to be me going, okay, this person in town, how much information are they actually going to know? And generally, more often than not, it's more going to be like, at what level of information does a person just kind of straight up stop talking about this stuff with outsiders? Because they'll never understand, right? What point is that? So I think honestly, this is one of those situations where the kids are going to have a lot more, or the kids are going to be giving more information than any adult would. Or there's an adult in town who's actually questioning it, but keeping it secret. My players do care about the world's lore. It's just because the game is centered around them. Because the game is centered around them, they mostly stick with whatever lore comes up about them and their characters and what their characters interested in. This stuff, again, I don't want to go super in depth. And honestly, if you have players that care about the actual structure of the cult, one, I'd be impressed with their devotion to your game. Two, do you really want to sit there and lore dump? That's one of the rules I have written down. Is it this one? Is it this notebook? I have rules written in the back of the back of this notebook right here, and it was basically like revisions to my DM screen. I know it's backwards, but I'm just showing you I have shit written there. Basically revisions to my DM screen that I want to make. But I have a couple things written down here, and one of them is just straight up all caps. Do not lore dump. Lore dumping slows down games. That's it. It's cool. I know it feels good to be able to share all the information that you've come up with. But generally, lore dumping is just going to slow the game down. And not everybody is going to be into it. If you have players that are into it, fucking lore dump. If you have a party that requests you to lore dump, lore dump. Do whatever is going to be more fun for you and your party at the table. But generally, unless you're an exception like Meatball, generally lore dumping kind of a no-no, because it can get boring. Because a lot of players don't want to sit there and listen to you read a book to them. Dogness, you don't think your players care at all about even their own characters? I'm sorry to hear that. Honestly, one of my players just straight up does not give a shit about her characters. Doesn't care at all. She's just like, oh yeah, I hope I die, because then I get to play a different character. And then 3 sessions later, it's like, I could kill this one off. I don't care if she dies, because then I can play a different character. And it's like, but it's a game about your guys' characters. I need you to care about your character. I might have to have a talk with her soon. But yeah, no. I know how you feel, Dogness. Honestly, keep in mind that saying that no D&D is better than bad D&D. Just key lore points are interesting though. Oh yeah, absolutely. Give them the key lore points. You can drop stuff on them, and if they look confused and stuff like that, it's like, well, yeah, here's the thing. When they were at the temple, it never had to be like stated out loud what was going on at the temple. They kind of figured it out. They kind of figured everything out because they experienced all the different things. And it's one of those where at the end of the session, at the end of exploring this location, they end up with all the clues, all the puzzle pieces, and the entire time they're kind of putting the puzzle together. And then they finally get that last piece and they go, oh shit, of course, it's all connected. This all means a thing. And that's what my players do. I don't want to just state it out loud. I like running a game where you have to figure things out. I like playing in a game where you have to figure things out. And it's not just given to you and gone, here, this is what's going on. It's one of those things where it's like, if my players do decide, it's not even guaranteed, but if they do decide to explore this town a bit, they're going to discover that, you know, the adults don't want to talk with them a whole lot. The kids will chat with them and they'll tell them a little bit of information. And then as the kids get older, they'll have a little bit more information. And they'll gain more and more information the older they go with the kids, until they hit a certain point where it's like, oh, now there's a certain point where they no longer want to share information, and it's going to kind of go down, right? Because with more information, after a certain point, more information means less willingness to talk. But yeah. That's a lot of, that comes from a lot of experience. A lot of experience. More experience than I wish I had. But oh, good lord. It's warming up in here. It's supposed to get to like 93 today, and I can feel it. I do what I can to keep my house as cool as possible, but it still sucks. Sorry, I'm just clearing out. I gotta make sure that I keep up on clearing out all the notifications on my phone. But yeah. So town leadership helps to arrange abductions of travelers coming through town for the sacrifices. That might be enough. However, there is one thing we need to know. One thing we haven't actually gone over. Kind of hit on it a little bit, but we need to figure out how many cultists actually came in and started this up. If you have too many, it starts to look like an army, right? Too many cultists and you have an army. Too few and you end up with a traveling snake oil salesman. So it would have to be a group, but not too big of one. So I think 3 is still too small. It's a town, main town on a trade route. 7 or 8, yeah, that's actually kind of what I was thinking. Like no more than 10. No more than 10. Scythro has returned. Welcome back, Scythro. Yeah, no more than 10. So yeah, maybe 7 or 8. Should we do? I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, we could do 8. We could do 8. We'll say we've got 8 cultists. Yeah. You like the idea of 3 though? 3 is good, but I think with only 3, you end up putting a whole lot on them. 2 fake sacrifice the 3rd, convince the first few townspeople. Well, see, there's the thing, and I already mentioned it. This wasn't a, oh shit, your town's on fire, we can put it out, but we need to sacrifice somebody for it. It was a slow buildup with small things happening here and there to individuals, and they came in with their snake oil and sold it to them and went, here, this will help. We have these old magics that can help with this. Just do this, and it's harmless at first, right? And then it builds up as various things get worse within town, as sicknesses get worse, as the weather gets worse, as crops start dying off even more, they pull out the stronger and stronger and stronger magics until finally it's like, oh shit, it's raining down fire just on this town. What are we gonna do? Because the town is cursed. They go, hey, we have this spell. We've been able to help you this entire time, but this time we need... So the occultists are fake heroes like Mysterio? Yes, exactly. Exactly. But they go, hey, we need to sacrifice somebody. That's the only way we can stop this. And at that point, the people not only trust them enough to do it, but they're also desperate enough to do it. So, again, the first couple sacrifices would have been normal townsfolk. But then after that, they learned that, oh, wait, we might be able to pull like Rey Mysterio. No, Rey Romano. But then they go, oh, wait, we can use travelers because they're not from this town. Nobody's really going to miss them. That kind of thing. And then, we'll have somebody, if they're driving a cart, we'll have somebody drive their cart off into the river, and then it just ends up floating downstream into the next big town, and then they go, oh, what the hell happened here? They start faking raids and stuff like that. But yeah. Traveling snake oil salesman, Yuan-Ti cultist does actually sound interesting. A wagon with 6 or so snake boys. Yup, exactly. But yeah, Roxy, the snowball effect. Like it's building dependency, right? This is something that if you've ever found yourself in an abusive relationship, this is exactly what happens. Is the abuser, the one who's taking advantage, builds dependency. They build up to a point where the abusee depends on the abuser for whatever they are supplying. A lot of the time it's money, a lot of the time it's love, a lot of the time it's just security. A lot of people who are being abused will say, well, I don't have anywhere else to go because I can't afford to go anywhere. I don't have a good enough job to be able to be out on my own, that kind of thing. So there's dependency. They get herded, not pushed, not forced, but guided, herded into a situation where the abuser has all of the power, and that's this kind of situation. Still don't know what booyaka means. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, the cultists are fear-mongering against the outside, making the townspeople less opposing to their sacrifice and less likely to leave. Yeah, exactly. That's it. These are things that happen in the real world. It's sad, but we can use real world experiences to write better stories. It's like I can't think of a good example right now. The character you're making isn't a hero nor a villain. They only see themselves as a soldier, monster hunter. Yeah, honestly, a hero or a villain is only, again, that's good versus evil, and that's dependent on society's view, not what they say they are. Illusion wizard plus deck of illusions plus high charisma, folks. They say that a magic device says that a dangerous foe would appear and they fight it on the outskirts of town. Yep. But yeah, so we'll go with 8 cultists in total run the magic protection. Hold on. Is it this notebook? No, it's not. Nope, it's not this book. Which one is this? Plans? Then this one? I have a notebook that actually has, that way I don't have to look it up. Kind of has what I was going with. Yeah, it's in here. Where is it? There we go. Oh, I'm dumb. Of course. I'm stupid. Okay. Actually, I can't use 8. No, I can. Ooh, I can. Okay, yeah, never mind. Doesn't matter. Because what I can do is these cultists can be devoted to one specific lord. Bum, 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 bum. Also, if the town is socially isolated, the townsfolk won't question the strange occurrences as much, as there's less communication with the outside. How are the dangers explained by the cultists, though? Honestly, if the cultists are raising the dead, and the dead just kind of wander in town, when everything else in the world is going to shit, the people aren't going to go, oh, where are these undead coming from? They're going to go, oh shit, there are undead here. If people are being possessed, and all that would take is some charm magic. If people are being possessed, and then these cultists come in and they cleanse the possessed. It's one of those things. It's like, oh, there's bad stuff happening. There is. So here, let me pull up the map. So we're talking about this town right here. Right? This town right here, if you can see that. Technically from there, the like big undead incursion would be to the west, right over here. But they also would have kind of pushed out and been able to pass. They've cut across like this, essentially. Or maybe they just cut across like this through the lake. There's a lot of shit going on in the world because everything's broken. Everything's broken. Town folks too tired to even question it. You just got 3 ads. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, so they're socially isolated, yes. Simply because that's what the cultists want. They are on a like major trade route because it's a major road, but that doesn't mean that they can't be isolated from the people that are coming through town. They'll still offer services to people, but boy, the mayor offers you a drink at the local inn and you end up passing out at your table once everybody else has gone to bed. You might not be going to your room. But yeah, I mean, it's a place with lots of foot traffic, or normally would be lots of foot traffic. So people disappearing wouldn't be all that odd. People getting lost in crowds wouldn't be that weird. Having undead in the streets would draw a lot of attention. Absolutely. 1 or 2 zombies wandering through, chasing after children, chasing after townsfolk, banging on doors, and then these cultists come in and they kill the zombie? Is the inn called Dead Man's Drink? I don't know. I haven't planned out this town yet. That's what I'm doing here. But it's more that these different things happen. The cultists came in and said, hey, we can help you. You guys need some help. We'll help you. They're super friendly, right? Super friendly, super charismatic. They come in and do this, and then I guess he just left early is a comment. Yeah, exactly. Would the players be kidnapped then? That is a possibility, Scythro. It's a possibility I'm playing around with, especially if one of them does decide to get drunk, if they do decide to drink a lot, if they get separate rooms, or if they decide to split up. If there's any point where one of the players gets separated from the rest, there's a good chance I might try to pull a kidnapping and steal a party member. But if they play it safe and they play it smart and they stick, they stick to the buddy system and they don't get drunk and they're just like, yeah, let's sleep here and then we move on in the morning first thing, then they're probably not even going to interact with any of this stuff. I'll role play it a bit and just be like, I'll drop hints here and there about some weirdness in the town. I'll, talk about how a lot of the adults won't make eye contact. Some of the kids will kind of they'll make eye contact, but they won't really say anything until talked to. D20 for your con save to avoid being. Hey, a 13? I'd say a 13's good enough to avoid the kidnapping. You see the barbarian getting drunk? Oh yeah, absolutely. He absolutely could. There's another thing. His war pick eats people. It absorbs humanoids. So there's a problem there. There's a cooldown on the D20, Dogness. But yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting. There would be all sorts of complications. What, Scythro? But it could be interesting. There would be all sorts of complications with kidnapping the players. It would be fun for me. I'd imagine they could probably. Are the players the hero? Oh, you asked what about the war pick? Right. Are the players the heroes? How normalized is murder in the world? Boy, I mean, in a life or death situation, self-defense, killing somebody in self-defense isn't murder. But no, if you're asking about the war pick, it's a cursed item that the player knows is cursed, but character doesn't. Nobody else in the party has thought to question it. They're just like, oh wow, it's really strong. And the only negative is it forces you to only use it. Does the pick need human flesh to sustain itself and work properly? It's a war pick. It's a war pick artifact. Cursed war pick artifact that absorbs essentially body and soul. And it's not that it needs it to sustain, but it's been drained of its energy. So as he uses it and as he ends up killing various humanoids like goblins goblins are humanoid. Anyway, other humanoids or like bandits on the road, something like that, it absorbs their body and soul and gets stronger and stronger until it reaches a certain point where it's finally back to its full form and he really can't get rid of it, because then he'll basically be undead. Yeah, it's gonna be bad for him. The next step for that war pick has some negatives, and I think that's where he's gonna go. But at that point, the curse would have progressed enough to where they're gonna need stronger magic than what they have. Because early on, a simple remove curse would have fixed it, but that won't work anymore. But yeah. I don't know. Kidnapping my players would be fun, and I look forward to it if I can do it. Chaos, yeah. He does also have to make wisdom saves every once in a while to keep himself from hitting his party members. So there's that. And they still haven't questioned that. They're just like, oh yeah, this is fine. Okay. So, 8 cultists in total run the magic protection. In the name of old magics. In reality, so would the player's objective in the town be just to survive and get out, or free the people from the cult? That's a good question. That's up to the players. My whole stance on this entire everything that I've put into this campaign has been, I simply create the situation. I don't come up with the solution. I don't come up with the objectives. It's just something that's there. If the players want to deal with it, they decide how they want to deal with it, what their objective is. I'm not there to decide what my players' characters think. I'm there to simply put puzzles and encounters in front of them and then let them figure it out. You want to be part of one of my D&D games? Sounds fun. We have fun. We have fun. But yeah, I completely believe that for me and my party, it wouldn't be as fun if I decided what my players' characters wanted to do. You just think considering what they will most likely do can help with preparation? Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Scythro. That's been my biggest struggle has been learning how my friends want to play the game. I'm coming up with all these details. I'm coming up with all of this text, working with you guys on this, and in the back of my head, I know that there is a good chance that, again, they might just not give a shit. They might just go, yeah, well, that sucks, and then move on because they've got their eyes set on another goal, or they've got their sights set on another goal, and they'll be close to that goal at that point. But you care. So this is usually what I end up doing is I plan out this stuff, and if my players don't interact with this stuff, it doesn't get thrown away. What happens is it progresses, right? Because I mentioned before that my entire world is essentially just one big I think I said game of chess, but it's not a game of chess. It's like one big game of Risk. It gets baked into a nice pie, yeah. But it's like one big game of Risk where every single thing all over this world, it's gonna progress in its own way, and it's not gonna spread out evenly all over the place. It's gonna likely get directed one way or another way, and some things will actually spread. And then when those come together, then there's clash, because not all bad guys are going to work together well with other bad guys. So there's clash, and then there's always going to be somebody who comes out on top. So it's one of those things. Like, I told my players that in the beginning, if what they wanted to do was buy a farm, settle down, and just be farmers, that I would play a game with them as farmers. And I would make every single session interesting. I would make things happen. It wouldn't just be like, oh, well, okay, you guys are farmers. Guess that's the end of the game. Let's go do another game, make new characters. No. those are the characters they wanted to play. So I let them play that. And I also told them if they don't interact with, if there's something in the world and they decide not to interact with that, that doesn't mean that the world just isn't gonna, or that doesn't mean that that thing's just gonna disappear and not exist in the world. It's gonna be bigger, or it's likely gonna get bigger, or it's gonna end up interacting with other stuff and various things. Planning and hanging out on stream is also part of the game, kinda, and a pretty fun one at that. Yeah. So it's not going to waste either way. Yeah, no, absolutely. None of my stuff will ever go to waste. Because even if it is something that it's like, oh, my players genuinely will never come across this ever again, I'm gonna reuse it. I'm gonna copy and paste it somewhere else. Because it's something I put effort into and I put work into. So of course I'm gonna use it. Of course I'm gonna shoehorn it in somewhere so I can get it done and have my players interact with it. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's the big bad in my world? The big bad, actually, so there's kind of multiple big bads, and it's gonna change how my player, or it's going to change depending on how my players are interacting with the world and all of that. However, if you're asking, is there a big bad that's gonna try to end the world? Yes, there is. There's a big bad that's gonna try to end the world. There's a big bad that wants to enslave the world. There's a big bad that, wants to do all these things. And eventually they're gonna catch wind of each other, and then there's gonna be a big clash, and somebody's always gonna come out on top. But if my players end up getting to one big bad before they become the big bad, then that lets the other one build up. And it's all linked. It's all linked to the same origin point, right? There was a thing that happened, and that allowed these big bads to do this and this and this and this and this and this, and then it all just kind of branches out, weaves around, and it's big. It's big. It's a lot. If I actually went through it all and I explained it, and I'm 100% aware of this, you guys would go, wow, that's so convoluted. You have so much going on. Why isn't this just one game about dragons? Why isn't it just one game about a cult that they need to stop? And it's because, well, it's not as interesting. Also, by doing this, I can essentially take anything out of any monster manual, book, bestiary, whatever I want, even create my own monsters, and I can just throw it in the game, and I can have an explanation for it. Funny thing was, when I originally came up with this world, years and years and years ago, when I first started planning this, my campaign was supposed to be a battle between like angels and devils. So I was gonna have essentially just army of fiends, army of celestials. My players were gonna get thrown in the middle of it, and that was it, right? And then it evolved into something more, and it got a little more complicated. And I was like, well, that one's not gonna work. So what if I also do like elementals and this and that, and then what about the orcs and goblins? And it just, everything started to come together. And at a certain point, I was like, I can't put everything in my game. But that's not fair, because in my world, I wanted everything in my world, right? I wanted a world of dragons and orcs and goblins and devils and demons and celestials and undead and all this other stuff. I was like, I want it all to exist, but I had to find a way to do it. And then I found a way to do it. Will the cursed war pick turn the barbarian into a big bad? It absolutely could. Actually, what it's gonna do, and I might rewrite some of this because I was thinking about it. I've already gone back on some of it, some of what I've decided for it. like how it progresses in stages. But it is yeah, it's this one. It's the Ancient War Pick. So essentially, at a certain point, right now it's only a +1, but it does do an extra 2d8 necro damage, which is a lot. Next step is it goes up to a +2, and then the last step's a +3. +2, they are they're gonna start healing, or the barb's gonna start healing for half the necro damage it does on a hit. But then his eyes are gonna turn completely black. He's gonna go even paler and is gonna become more gaunt. Undead won't be hostile towards him. And yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. So he's kind of taking on that form of being more undead, but then also having also no longer finding that undead are no longer hostile towards him. That last one is when the war pick's gonna get super savage, because critting on 18, 19, and 20 rather than just 20 becomes a +3. It still does the 2d8 necro damage, heals for half the necro damage that it's done, but now he's weak to radiant damage. He no longer benefits from healing spells or potions. He doesn't require sleep, but also begins to hallucinate visions of undead all around him. So kind of like being able to see into the ethereal plane a bit. He can understand and communicate with undead creatures that don't speak a language. So like a zombie's moans and groans, or the clacking, chittering sounds of a skeleton, he can just go, oh wow, so your day really was kind of shit, and how could Becky do that to you, man? Like that kind of thing. So he becomes more undead, while also getting a super awesome war pick. Is that gonna mean that he's a big bad? No, because it's not gonna change who his character is. But it's definitely gonna be an issue for the party, especially Cursed Weapon takes control of player. See, that's the thing I don't want to do. I don't want to take away a player character's autonomy, you know? You love evolving items and stuff too. I love it. I like the idea. There's a whole idea behind item creation that I want to implement in my game, but I might not actually be able to do it. We'll see. But and I'll talk about that. I want to read some of the messages before they get left behind. Scythe, a fun story. One of your players had to temporarily drop out for a few sessions. Didn't know when he'd be back. Played his PC for the sessions he was gone. Then he messaged saying he could rejoin, but wanted to make it a surprise. So you planned for his PC to behave weirdly until called out. Turns out it was a shape changer, and the moment combat starts, the player would join the voice chat as the PC enters the scene. Oh, I like that. Sadly, another player got sick that day, so we couldn't pull it off, and the player had another thing. Oh, ouch. Don't you hate that scythe throw when everything just kind of like... if we're being honest with ourselves, the whole damn thing can be traced back to an overripe mango and a far too sunny day. What? You have a handful of BBGs, Dogness, that could advance their goals if left alone. One wants to break down the barriers to the elemental planes. One is working on flooding the earth to bring Avalus to rule. One is trying to crash a giant meteor into a huge city as a lich harvesting souls. One is going to turn all metal into dust, destroying armies. Wow, that's intense. So, evolving items, and then I'll talk about the potential like BBGs that I have in my world. Evolving items, I like the idea of players naming their weapons, right? Like a paladin should give a name to his, to his trusted great sword or warhammer or short sword or whatever, even a bow, your characters should form bonds with their stuff, especially the stuff that they actually like, they hold on to, they rely on. And if they do, they should be rewarded for that by having it just become magic, right? It should just become magic. It should be something that evolves with the character, especially if it is like, oh, well, I don't want any other weapon except for this one. Rather than giving them a better version of that weapon, let it create it, or let it turn itself into a better weapon. So I like the idea of players being able to have their weapons, have their armor, have their equipment evolve with them, level up with them. And I have this plan for like late levels to let my players find essentially an ancient soul forge, basically, where they're able to forge their weapons into something legendary by kind of breaking off part of their own soul, taking part of the essence of themselves and imbuing it into the weapon to create something that is unique to them, something that just fits perfectly for them, feels extremely natural. To help explain the +3 or even +4, and I think that's the only reason I'd ever give a +4 on a weapon, is if it was something like that. I have a homebrew weapon, the Greatsword Splinter Edge, I wrote a backstory for that weapon because I liked it so much, and the backstory was just that it was a greatsword owned by I can't remember what he was. I think I have the stuff actually written down in my homebrew items section, but he had this trusty greatsword that he relied on completely, but he was one of the most savage martial combatists ever. And what happened was he formed such a strong bond between himself and his greatsword, even as he used it as basically just like, he didn't take care of the greatsword, he just used it as is, and ended up imbuing part of his soul into it, imbuing it with its own magic. That's what caused it to become magical, was the process of it constantly being broken and battered and beaten and just always still relied on, regardless of how much damage it had taken. So I created Splinter Edge, which was a great sword, fractures all over it, chipped edges, like this thing looked rough. But what you could do is because it was magic, you could break off pieces of Splinter Edge into your enemies, causing Splinter Edge to go smaller and smaller. So you went through the steps of like it being like great sword, long sword, short sword, and then dagger. But every time you broke off a piece, there would be a shard that just slowly dug its way into the enemies, doing more and more damage. And it was only because of the previous owner of Splinter Edge. Like, you know, if kind of, yeah. Like, if the weapon gets a reputation, it becomes magic. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. And Rangers' pets should be named. Yes, they should. Like how gods become powerful by people believing in them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Weapons drawing on the power of friendship. Sure. Or weapons drawing on the brutality of the user that was using them. Or, you know, weapons... Items even. Like, wouldn't that be how you get a +1, +2, +3 cleric's spell focus? Like, wouldn't that be how you get those super powerful religious symbols that actually benefit the cleric? is by, you know, it being something that was constantly used and owned by somebody who was 100% devoted to that god. I think at least in my game, this is how I run it. Typical items, minor items, +1s, maybe +2s, stuff with various little effects or singular effects per an item, those are manufactured. But the magical items that are created naturally harnessing just spirit and power, those are the legendary items. Legendary items cannot be created, they cannot be manufactured. They have to be created through experience. Yeah. I like how that came out. You can see a ranger who loves animals, who animals love, but he's bad with animals. Get him, wolf. Oh, I like that. Sorry. I'm gonna pimp my own stuff. Folks, if you're not following me, throw me a follow. It's greatly appreciated. I'm trying to come up with some rewards for like follower goals and subscriber goals, and I think I have a couple ideas. Just minor stuff for the follower goals, but like letting you guys help me pick out a new emote, especially like a follower emote, because I've still got 3 slots open for follower emotes, and I have no problem letting you guys kind of pick what emotes you'd like to see for that. But yeah, throw me a follow if you're not following. Roxy, that's what you want for your character who won't change their armor and weapon as they are important to them. Exactly. That's the stuff. Those are the instances where you should be like, okay, this is a, oh god, it doesn't even matter at this point. Let's say it is just a fighter. Let's say it is just a fighter, and they're deeply devoted to their short sword. Why wouldn't that short sword start picking up some like aspects of the fighter? Why wouldn't that short sword be imbued with part of the fighter's soul, part of that energy? Like, I don't know. I could see sitting down with a whetstone and sharpening your blade as being a ritual to better your weapon. You perform a ritual enough times, why wouldn't it become better than it originally was? In a magical setting. Hello, Edwin. What are we working on for my campaign? Like I says, filling in the blanks. Really, the blanks right now is just kind of the spaces between big stuff that my players are going to be encountering out on the road. They've got a bit of traveling in front of them as they're just about done with the location where they're at. They're going to have probably 3.5 days of travel that's just unimpeded. After that, I don't know if I want to just let them keep going or throw some stuff in. But yeah, we'll see. Right now, or most of what we've been working on has been this town that's been kind of taken over by cultists. And that's all the text that we have for it so far. Stuff is repeated. It's mostly just kind of like general notes. There's no real organization to it. But yeah, that's mostly what we've worked on today. How are you doing, Edwin? And welcome. Oh, and then I said I was going to talk about the big bads that I have in my world. There's one that I think is going to be like the end game big bad. And essentially he's going to be an elementalist wizard. who's gone a little nutso and just wants to return the material plane to its base elements of air, wind, earth, fire. And that's what he's gonna do. And in that process, he's gonna end up summoning the Tempest and the Phoenix and the Leviathan and the big dirt thing. I can't remember what its name is. But then there's also the leader of the big devil cult that kind of kickstarted a lot of this and has been a big issue, and it's the big leader of the main cult that they've already been dealing with, which also gives me an opportunity to throw in a fight with Zariel, which would be cool. The big dirt thing. Yeah, I can't remember what the fuck it's called. The starts with a Z. Edwin, when it comes to items that grow with players, you do often give items a weaker version of its power when not attuned, and then make attunement more complex. Yeah, and I've heard of a lot of people doing that. And mixing it up a bit. They'll have items that require attunement to unlock its full potential, but without attunement, they might get a little benefit from it to kind of hint at it. My thing with that, and I know it's come up before, somebody here is probably going to go, oh yeah, we talked about that. My thing with that, though, is if you don't have... It depends on your players. So many things that you do in game completely depend on your players. So you really, as a DM, you really have to know your players. If you know your players are the type that will cast Identify regardless of whether or not a item is exhibiting magical properties, right away or not, then that kind of thing works. But if you have a party that will look at a magic item, and if it's an obvious magic item and it has a magical effect, they'll probably just take it at face value, and they won't ever try to attune to it to see if there's more to it. But yeah, I don't know. It depends on the players, doesn't it? You imagine that with connecting your character has with dragons. A dragon maybe chose to imbue the character's armor with draconic magic. Yeah, that would work. Roxy. You love an item you have to graft onto yourself, cut off some of your bits, and put a shiny new thing on. Yeah. Yeah. What was it? Which book is that? Can I see it? Yeah, it was the Eberron book, wasn't it? That had the Warforged in it, and the Artificer. They had the prosthetics items, didn't they? Yeah, I could see that. Like a magical glass eye. Like a magical glass eye that gave you like true seeing out to 20 feet or something like that. Or 10 feet. It's just super awesome, but boy, if you're not missing an eye, you will be. Dogness, that's basically how you have most magic items in your setting. They evolve to a more advanced stage when used to fulfill their initial purpose more. Yeah. The lance made of coral and floating water was made by a paladin sea elf protecting a reef where children were. So if the wielder risks themselves saving sea elves or trying to protect youth, it might evolve. Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing is perfect. And you can do items that go, uncharged and then charged. Or you can do items that have different levels and they constantly go up. Or, they go up until a certain point. That war pick, like I said, it has, 4 stages, essentially. Yeah, mix and match. Don't give your players items that actually mean something rather than just disposable magic items. And hey, FaZe, how's it going? Sorry for bothering me. Tomorrow it'll be your first time as DM. Any tips? Tips. Yes. I have multiple tips. One, do not lore dump. Okay? If you find yourself reading a book to your players, you're giving them too much lore. Two, do not overplan. Understand that either you are in control of where the game is going, or your players are in control of where the game is going. And plan for the path ahead for only a couple sessions. Maybe not even, like, maybe 2 sessions. Next, be yourself. DM how you want to. There is only one Matt Mercer. Okay? There is only one Matt Mercer in the world. There is only one Matt Colville in the world, right? There's only one me in the world. There's only one you in the world. You will DM how you DM. You will never DM like any other DM. So don't ever try to be another DM. I guess the 4th tip, and probably the last tip right now, is have fun. Have fun. Don't stress it too much. Because that's even as a DM, you are there to have fun, you're there to play a game. If it's not fun, then either something needs to change or don't play. No D&D is better than bad D&D. Rule 1 is to have fun. No, rule 1 is do not lore dump. You've done magic angry meatball. You've done magic tongues and magic spines. They're usually hit or miss with players, but the abilities are great. I like it. Scyther says, remember, you are a player as well, and therefore you should also have fun. Yes, exactly. Kind of like how weapons evolve in Fable 3. Yes. Oh man, it's been so long since I've played Fable 3, but yeah, like that. Edwin, in one of your cases, it was a paladin player who received his family sword at level 5. Was told it was a holy avenger, but that nobody in the last 5 generations had been able to attune to it. Yes, I already love where this is going. Already love where it's going. Functioned as a +1 weapon for him until at a later level they discovered the tomb of his last ancestor that it was attuned to. There he got a quest to prove himself worthy. After completing the quest and returning to the tomb, he could attune to it. Nice! See, that's the kind of stuff that's really, really cool. That's the kind of stuff that you should do. Especially with like family heirlooms and stuff like that. That's how it should work. Too many disposable magic items makes magic items less impactful. I like to have a lot of magic items in my game, but like don't make them disposable. You were pissed when Fable 3 just skipped past half a year and you fought the final boss. You were saving money to get the good ending. Yeah. I did that too, Dogness. I was so upset. I was like, what? I could have been able to save up so much money, but the time skips were inconsistent and you couldn't plan it unless you already knew. So yeah, I was right there with you. Right there with you. Let's see. I need somebody give me a Lord of a Hell. Name one of the lords. I could go with Asmodeus, but which book is that? No, that's not it. Was Mordenkainen's the devils? Mammon. Yeah, it was. Okay, Princes of the Abyss, no. Here we go. Mammon's a fun one, play into the greedy nature of players. True. Levistus. Ooh. You guys are quick with this, huh? Glacia, nice. Levistus. Through though ice might hold my body in place, it has done nothing to contain my ambition. Ooh. Levistus could be a good one. One should be named after me anyways. No. Both occupy strange positions of the ice, trapped within one of these bergs, imprisoned there by Asmodeus for reasons that few can even guess about. As part of his punishment, Asmodeus decreed that he must offer escape and safety to the desperate, especially those who fear for their lives. A criminal might entreat Levistus on the eve of his execution, for instance, agreeing to exchange his soul for a boon that enables him to escape to safety. Levistus has attracted the devotion of a wide variety of criminals, rascals, and ne'er-do-wells. Maybe not. I need one that would be actually, like, accepting these kinds of sacrifices. Dispatcher. Arms dealer. Lord of Dis, he oversees a mining and smelting operation that continually churns out weapons and armor. Ooh, actually, that one could be good. The Iron Duke. Zariel always needs bodies. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the ice demons don't look like demons. Or the devils. Yeah, I know Zariel always needs bodies, and Zariel's a really good one, but I also don't want to, like, I don't know, I could. Where was that? You're thinking glass? Yeah, I was about to look at actually. Sorry, now I'm just reading a book. I don't know. Which Lord of the Nine Hells do you guys think would fit for just sucking in a bunch of unwilling sacrifices? Not that it really matters. Which one would be more focused on invasion? Mephistopheles? Ooh, actually. Maybe Mephistopheles. Literally no idea you'd make one up. Oh. See, that's another thing. I don't I don't want to make one up because then I gotta come up with a whole shit ton of lore behind it, maybe. But actually, Mephistopheles, I could see. Ice Devils, Great Tower, Icy Citadel, never-ending series of experiments, arcane magic, planes of existence. Yeah, fuck it. Let's use meth. Yeah, let's use meth. Meth. Not meth. Meth is bad. Don't do drugs, folks. In reality, the cultists are devoted to... I gotta look at how it's spelled. Memphis. There we go. There we go. Mephistopheles. Love it. Great. The great wizard in the hells. Works for me. Works for me. Would also fit a lot of like summoning rituals and stuff like that. More powerful stuff. Old magic, ancient magics. Yeah, this works. Yeah. Yeah. Somehow, this all came together. Let's see. 8 cultists, that's not bad. I'll have to come up with tunnels for the caves, but map making's not hard. You kind of just do whatever you want, which is fun. Let's see. Mephistopheles was the demon who bargained with Faust, wasn't he? I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. I think so. Okay, see, there's the thing. Because it might kind of depend. D&D lore is all over the place. Sounds like a Clavicus Vial and Maroon's Dagon hybrid. Yeah, it's weird because there's a lot of throughout history, the devil, the like Christian Catholic devil, has gone by so many names, and they've referred to him by so many names. So yeah, I think the devil has been referred to as Mephistopheles before. The devil's been referred to as oh god, there's so many different things. And I just blanked on all of them. Faust was cool. You wish you hadn't been forced to read it in 11th grade, because on your own time you might have enjoyed it more. Yeah. I never read it. Funnily enough. Edwin from Mephistopheles' lore. Recently, the Lord of the Eighth has been devoting most of his time and incredible amounts of energy to his pet project, that of mastering and experimenting with Hellfire, a new form of magical fire with new and interesting properties. Mephistopheles' goal is the expansion of his material plane cult by offering mastery of Hellfire as an incentive. I like that. Hellfire. It just burns forever. Folks. Hellfire's good. Do you not want demons? Not here. Because I have I have a reason for it to be devils right here. But I am going to be implementing demons elsewhere. Actually, what's going to be happening is the barbarians' like home village is going to have a bit of a demon problem in that the leader accepted demonic power. And there's a difference. You got to remember, at least for D&D, there's a difference between demons and devils, right? But Jublex, the Ooze Lord, is always a fun focus of a cult, feeding people to oozes or having people drink a potion with an ooze in it, immune to acid. Oh god, Dogness, it sounds savage. With devils, at least there's a structure. They make a deal and they have to honor it to the letter. Well, you say to the letter. It's about what's in the fine print or not in the fine print. Demons aren't bound by anything in particular. No, that's the difference between them being lawful and chaotic, right? Devils are lawful because they have rules. They have guidelines that they have to abide by. Yes, to the letter, not to the intent. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Edwin. That's fair. But yeah, devils have rules they have to abide by. Demons are more animalistic. They're chaotic. They do what they want. Demons are the ones that are more likely to rip bodies apart just for the sake of killing people. Devils are the ones that are going to make deals to entrap people's souls, or they might torture somebody into agreeing to a deal to trap their soul in exchange for no more torture. But they're not that they're smarter about it, but they're more tactful. They're more tactful. You know the difference? Yeah. It's good to bring it up every once in a while, Dogness. Because I think sometimes folks forget, and then sometimes folks like just kind of switch between devils and demons when they're talking about them, because it's so easy for us to do, right? Because we've all grown up surrounded by Christianity that talks about devils and demons interchangeably. So when it comes to playing this game, it can be hard for us to keep track of stuff. I know I do it. I mix them up every once in a while too. But you were just thinking that there are many more demons to choose from. Yeah, I very specifically wanted devils here. But I have used demons before in various places. Yeah, and I do have some very specific spots for demons. I kind of already have some of this stuff planned out. So like I have seeds everywhere, right? I've got seeds all over the place. I just need to develop them a bit more. Sorry. I'm starting to die right now because it's getting real warm in my house. Yeah, okay. Don't want like an archfey or anything else either. Yeah, devils are good for cults. Archfey, stuff like that. I actually, because my players did a quick stint in the Feywild, I had fun with some Fey. I'll be right back. I gotta go check something real quick. But when I get back, it's not on topic at all. But when I get back, I do kind of want to mention. Oh man, now I may have forgotten it. I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, maybe I'll think of it. I'll be right back. Give me like 1 minute. Okay. I had to pull something out of the washing machine. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to talk about. It had something to do with like late game stuff. I can't remember what it was. Oh well. Meatball tactics are debatable as well. You'd argue that Graz, Orcus, and maybe a couple others are very tactical. They're just at the mercy of their desires and emotions. Yeah, that's true. I think I was mostly talking about like generic demons and devils, right? When it comes to the lords and the princes, that shit can get thrown out the fucking window because they are unique characters. But if you wanted to generalize the different types of fiends, that's kind of how I would do it. Remember, like animalistic doesn't mean dumb. Animalistic means not thinking too far beyond what they're actually used to. So a wolf pack is going to stick to wolf pack tactics, right? They're not going to use, more often than not, animals are, unless they're big and bulky like bears, birds especially are going to use hit and run tactics. They're going to swoop. A bird is never going to stop in your space. So kind of like that with demons is like whatever they're really meant to be, whatever they're supposed to be kind of tied to, more often than not, they should be a little more bestial. They don't have rules. They follow their hearts more. You have a Dognus, you have a Fey trip planned, so it's on the mind. Oh, nice. Yeah, Feywild can be fun. Feywild can be fun. You were talking to a guy the other day and you spitballed the idea of Archfey as a corrupted bloodline of vampires. A lot of the real world lore for the two overlap, and we thought it would be a fun idea to play around with. Interesting. So wait, hold on. Would the Archfey be a vampire, or would it be like the corrupted bloodline of vampires because of an Archfey? You go make some coffee, Roxy. Dognus, what about Cantram, strongest general of the Dark Nine under Bell, but betrayed? They just reorganized as the Dark Eight instead of replacing him. The Dark Nine were the leaders of armies for the 9 layers, so seems strong enough. You don't know what worshipping a defeated devil would give, but it's an underdog for a cult to worship. Interesting. You'll be heading out again? Hey! Thanks for stopping by, Scythro. I appreciate it. They don't know. They don't have to know his whole backstory, just that he performs the miracles he says he does. Yeah. Or worshipping the power couple of Mammoth and Glass. Animals do what their instincts dictate. Yeah. Go with instincts. Edwin, in your opinion, Feywild should be properly weird? Yeah. Feywild should be weird. Feywild should do all sorts of crazy stuff. My Feywild, the Feywild that I created, was essentially in perpetual twilight. There was a day and night cycle, but the only way you could tell whether it was day or night was whether the shadows were darker or not. Like shadows under trees and in corners and stuff like that. During the day, they were brighter. At night, they were darker. Otherwise, the sky was constant twilight. There were stars up above. It looked like a sunset all around you. Or sunset, sunrise, all around you in every direction on the horizon. And my players hated it. Vampires would be the older race, and a bloodline would become corrupt and change at some point to create creatures we now know as Archfey. Oh, interesting. Oh, so the Archfey are... Oh, interesting. Neat. They still have the otherworldly beauty and intense glamour, some magical ability and limited shape-shifting, weakness to iron. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, hold on. Are vampires weak to iron? I thought vampires were weak to silver. Crap, now I can't remember. But neat. I like the idea. I like that idea. And honestly, kind of makes sense. Because, yeah, then really all a vampire is an undead Archfey. Depends on lore. Pure iron is sometimes a weakness. Oh, okay. That works. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is honestly a lot more details about this one town than I thought we were gonna get into, and it doesn't even have actual town details, like all the important stuff, like, you know, who's the mayor and what's the inn called and where can my players go to buy supplies and all that shit. But since the Feywild is described as constant twilight, the Archfey might also be sensitive to sunlight. Is the Feywild described as constant twilight? I thought that wasn't. I thought there were, at least from what I read, I never found an actual description for the Feywild. It was just it's the fairyland inn called Dead Man's Streak. What have I done? I've seen inn names like Chicken Noodle, but all it was like it was a sign of a chick, like a baby chicken with a bowl of noodles. So it was the Chicken Noodle. Silver, cold iron, running liquid, mistletoe, mistletoe, sunlight, piles of uncounted things like beans or rice, and many more are vampire weaknesses. Wait, what? The piles of uncounted things like beans or rice? I thought that was a fae thing, not a vampire thing. I'm pretty sure that's a fae thing and not a vampire thing. If it is a vampire thing, I want to know like what area. It's both? Is it really? Oh, that doesn't sound like... Where's that? This is why there's the counting vampire in Sesame Street. No, there's no way, Edwin. There's no way. He's the count because he's like a Count Dracula. There's no way. There's no way. Oh. You like the idea of Patrick Rothfuss when it comes to the moon, where at some part there was a conflict between mortals and Fae over who owned the moon. The conflict was ended with compromise. This is why at times we can't see all of the moon. The part we cannot see is visible on the Feywild. Oh, I like that, Edwin. I like that. Vampires need to count the pile. They are compelled. You toss a pile of rice out your door and they count it and must run away as sun comes up. There's not... Do vampires have to count things? What? What? No. Wikipedia, don't do this to me. Oh, depending on the story, vampires may have some or all of these characteristics. Can't go out in sunlight, so they sleep during the day. Can only be killed in certain ways. Being beheaded, having a stake driven through their heart, being sprayed or washed with vervain, being set on fire. They can be weakened by crosses or other religious symbols, garlic, holy water, and silver. They cannot cross the ocean unless they are in a coffin surrounded by soil from their homeland. If vampires click their fingers, they can disappear in the blink of an eye. If a bag of rice... I hate this. I hate what I'm about to read. If a bag of rice, grains, seeds, or other similar substance is spilled on the ground, a vampire will have to count every grain. They have no reflection in glass mirrors or other things. Vampires have photographic memory. Vampires are cold-blooded. If once they touch, the wound will go. What? This is actual Wikipedia? Simple English Wikipedia. I don't know what the difference is. From the Count of Sesame Street, the Count's main role is to teach counting skills to children. Count loves counting so much, as said in his signature greeting. They call me the Count because I love to count things. He often will count anything and everything regardless of size or amount, to the point of annoying other characters. Yeah. There's a quote from a book of Macedonian folklore that talks about this specifically. It comes from a European belief that vampires are compelled to count spilled seeds or grains. Some Slavic coastal towns also believed that vampires would count the holes in a fishing net. It was common practice to scatter seeds outside the entrances to a home or drape fishing nets over them. I am beyond disbelief over this. I am beyond disbelief. Vampires used to be thought of as having something akin to OCD and being compelled to count everything and to keep everything. This story is similar to Terry Pratchett's story, where in order to defeat a vampire, all you had to do was to steal one of their socks, and the vampire would be compelled to spend the rest of time looking for it. Yeah. So it's European and Slavic folklore that where the where the origin of vampires counting things comes from. Yeah, I had never heard that before. I don't know what to say. I'm blown away. Basically, the idea of vampire in folklore describes groups of people who are autistic or mentally ill throughout history. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Well, we've learned something today. Fill you in. What else have added about the cultists? Not a whole lot. We've gotten distracted quite a bit. But really, we just kind of decided that, I locked down on the cultists being devoted to Mephistopheles. And hello, Gabby. Welcome. No, the cultists aren't going to be counting beads. I need to figure out what else I'm going to throw at my players. So they're going to be traveling along, if you can see that. Yeah, you can see that. They're going to be traveling along this road. Right about this point, they start to hit the floods. Like the whole area here of the plains is just flooded, right? They've run into people who were infected with this disease. Dead man's drink. Oh god, Roxy. A literal bean counter vampire is a funny image. Yes, it is. For whatever reason, in northwestern Europe, they became fairies instead of an undead human hybrid monster. Weird. Maybe mistranslations? Maybe that's what caused it? I don't know. Either way, I learned stuff today. Apparently. So I have essentially a tear in existence that leads to the plane of water right around here, maybe up here. I can't remember where I have the sticker. Anyway, there's that. And out from it is pouring all kinds of water, which is what's flooded the plains here and is causing the rivers, the river to swell. River. So I have a disease that has come up along with all of that water. My players have encountered it, but they really don't know what the fuck is going on with it. They have had a couple water elementals come across their path-ish. And then a Cat 3 Krasis, which was fun. But maybe I'll throw some more developed water elementals in. That way I can throw an encounter on them on the road here. Because it should be somewhat fairly safe. Right up until that point, I think. Right up until that point. What's the website I use for making all this stuff? It's actually OneNote. It's Microsoft's OneNote for Windows 10. It's pretty great. And then this map is actually something that I hand drew and then scanned in. And when I say hand drew, I mean I hand drew it and I also stained it. My players have the original. Yeah, my players have the original, but you can see this white on the side. It's just because of the scanning.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hey! Exit 10 Tabletop, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I appreciate you stopping by and following. Corrupted water elementals? I could make it super dangerous and also potentially run the risk of infecting my players again. A water elemental gaining sentience and self-awareness could be interesting. Potential ally, even if not immediately attacked. Yeah, so can anyone help you find an online D&D group? That's a good question. And there's lots of resources online. I know that's trouble that lots of folks have. But Dogness, the sickness, the disease that I've thrown into my game in this area is something that stems from the plane of water. Essentially it's parasites. It's water elemental parasites that get into your body. They start draining you of all your water, which causes you to drink. And the more water you drink, the more that water elemental spreads throughout your body. And then at a certain point, your body can no longer hold the water elemental in it. And you die because your organs burst and your skin splits, and yeah, you leak out water, and then it ends up being you're an incubator for a water elemental, essentially. Yeah, water parasites. Took a bit of inspiration for that from Doctor Who. You could also say that it was from Futurama. Go to support J-Ron. Hey, thank you, Roxy. I appreciate it. You guess you're getting a group together. Dogness, you're providing a service is what you're doing. The Waters of Mars was better than people say. Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a great episode. But yeah, so that's kind of what they're dealing with. I did put in some water weirds, which water weirds in the water are so much fun because they're pretty much just invisible the whole time. But I don't know. What if I could throw in a couple other water elementals? Let me see if I can filter out. There we go. I want to see what water elementals we can come up with. You can see plants drinking up that water could get messed up. Yeah, absolutely. A poison weird closer to the source too. Yes, I do. I do play ESO 10 table. 10 tabletop. I'm real low level. I'm low level. I just started playing again. Let's see. So I go down here. Oh, is that it? Yeah, Zaratan. That's the big dirt thing. And obviously when my players fight it, or any of these gargantuan elementals, they're gonna be beefed up. Zorn is not water. You just started out Skyrim? Oh, nice. Wildfire Spirit, no. Water Weird. I think Water Weird was just... Yeah, it is. It can be hard. It can be very hard. Ooh, Myrmidons. No, I don't want to use the Myrmidons. I think... What does this actually say? Conjured and bound by magic into ritually created suits of plate armor. Yeah. They're like if you... The Myrmidons, like if you took the regular elemental and then you squished it in some armor. That's about it. And I don't think I want to throw out Myrmidons. I don't know. Yeah, maybe not. I was gonna say, I think I could. Oh god. Water elemental has a swim speed of 90 feet. That's rude. Grapple one large creature up to 2 medium or smaller creatures at one time. Oh. That could be fun. Wait, hold on. So it's a DC 15, especially if they grab you and pull you down. Oh yeah, that's actually what I'm looking at right now. It's Whelm, but it's an initial DC 15 on the saving throw. But then after that, oh no, because then I guess it's a strength check. Weird. Okay. Naiad is the Fae made of water? Neat. I want a Marid? No, I don't want a water genie. Poison weird, poison weird. Dungeon of the Mad Mage, that's what that is? Yeah, that's what that is. Woo! Magman, no. Leviathan? No. Not yet, anyway. I will 100% throw the Zaratan, the Phoenix, the Leviathan, and the Tempest all at my players. Yes, the Elder Tempest. That'll be their level 20 challenge, is can you guys defeat all 4 of these and then go fight an archmage that's able to control all 4 elements, and then it's going to be an avatar fight. I'm fully aware of that. I'm actually going to take what's the fireball, what's the spell where you create a ball of fire and it just spins around and rolls around and you can control that. Basically, I'm going to take that and I'm going to give it all 4 elements, or I'm going to create 1 of each element. And then that wizard's going to be able to control all 4. Yeah, flaming sphere. Yeah, so I'll have a flaming sphere, I'll have a water sphere or ice sphere, I'll have an air sphere, and then an earth sphere. And this wizard's going to be able to control all 4 of them and just batter my players. Let's see. Looking for like water stuff. Invisible Stalker. That's more air. Ice Method could work. Giant Strider, that's fire. Four-armed Gargoyle, Gargoyle. Galvanized Wizard. Weird. Wow, I don't know why I thought Wizard. Death Burst, Lightning. Ooh, neat. Not that guy. Ooh, Frost Salamanders. Frost Salamanders could be cool. Ooh, these things are mean. Oh, they don't swim though. The Flail Snail. This is the dumbest thing ever. Fire, 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 fire. Elemental Spirit. Oh, this is the one that's, yeah, Summon Elemental. Oh, okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Ifriti, Earth, Dust, Jin, Dao, Chwinga. What's the Chwinga? What is this from? Tomb of Annihilation, Icewind Dale, and Gonna Keep Mysteries. Chwinga. Oh, interesting. They don't attack? Oh. Oh, these things are cool. Lister Coil, weird. Yeah, that's great. Big Zorn, Azer. Art Elemental Mascot. Strixhaven. Ah. Arclight Phoenix. No. Animated Drow Statue. Animated Breath. What is that? Fizzbins. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, actually. No, not that one. Okay. Maybe I'll use Water Weirds again. Or... oh, I don't know. Maybe I will use the Myrmidons. Those could be cool. Flail Snail is better to make the party feel guilty. It's just a neutral guy eating crystals, but its shell is valuable. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of health either. He makes 5 attacks. Oh, he's not even good at it either. My players would not feel guilty about that. Maybe I'll throw a couple, like... actually, no. No. Ooh, you know what we could do? Let's do this, and then what if I throw a couple Krasis at them again? Like I said, before I threw a Cat 3 Krasis at them, and as is, the stat block on this website doesn't look like a whole lot, but they do pull, or you do get to pick, like 2 different attributes for them, which makes it way more fun and like customizable shit like that. I threw a Cat 3 Krasis at them. I think it did like damage to them when they hit it, and then there was something else it did. I don't remember exactly. But it was big, it was beastie, it was rough. It was a tough fight. They made it through, but damn. But a couple Cat 2s would be fun. What about a Kelpie? Tales from the Night. It's a plant. Oh yeah, it's just Disguise is convincing unless the Kelpie is in bright light or the viewer is within 30 feet of it. In which case, the seams between the seaweed strands are visible. Kelpie returns to its true form if it takes a bonus action. Oh no, drowning hypnosis. This is a lot of text. And here comes a Moogle raid. Welcome, Prissy Noob. Welcome. There's the therapeutic Moogle. How's it going? How's it going, guys? Welcome. How'd the stream go? Actually, in fact, let me do this, and then this, and then do this. There we go. Genshin Impact. I know nothing about that game, but I've heard so many people really enjoy it. Can you roll a d20? You absolutely can. And got an 18. Damn. I hope that 18 does you well in your life. But yeah. How was the game, Moogle? It's good fun. Just finished a rather emotional quest line. Oh, nice. Remind me, is it multiplayer or... Like I said, I don't know anything about Genshin. I just know that lots of people really enjoy it. Your goal is to get the worst number? Oh, well, good luck. Good luck. And Moogle, thank you for the raid. Greatly appreciate that. Core gameplay is solo, but a lot of it is up to 4-man. Oh, nice. So, okay, we're looking at a Kelpie, I guess. This, when it comes to getting low numbers, I am a champ. Oh, how long is the, I don't remember what the delay is on the D20. Let me see. Let me double check it real quick. It should only be 5 minutes. So you got a 0. The die just exploded into dust. Yeah, it does that. I think Stream Elements is being a little slow today. You had to call it out, Moogle. You had to call it out. I know. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to read about Kelpie's drowning hypnosis, because this might be fun to throw at my players. Choose one humanoid it can see within 150 feet. If the target can see the Kelpie, the target must succeed on a DC 11 Whiz save, or be charmed. Up to 10 minutes, the charmed target is incapacitated, and instead of holding its breath underwater, it tries to breathe normally and immediately runs out of breath unless it can breathe water. If the target's more than 5 feet away from the Kelpie, they must move on its turn toward the Kelpie by the most direct route, trying to get within 5 feet. It doesn't avoid opportunity attacks. Great, so it beelines. Before moving into damaging terrain, whenever it takes damage from a source other than the Kelpie or drowning, the target can repeat the saving throw. They can also repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. If the saving throw is successful, ends. The target that saves is immune for a day. Okay. A Kelpie would be good. A Kelpie accompanied by a couple water weirds would be really good. Is that not working? Oh, right, because it's a global cooldown of 5 minutes. That's why. By the second strum, it was raining indoors on your face. I'm sorry. And Moogle, I appreciate the lurk. Let's see. You were in a Discord with your friend who was who also has the die for her stream, and your first roll got timed out, but yet you were still talking on Discord. Nice. Okay, so actually, I like the idea of the Kelpie. I like the idea of the Kelpie. I want to throw in the water weirds again. So what? Like a Kelpie accompanied by a couple water weirds? The water weirds actively work against, or the water weirds help the Kelpie by going after whoever isn't charmed? Oh, this is gonna be mean, isn't it? This is gonna be really mean. Oh, I love it. My players are gonna hate me for this. Let's see. We're gonna copy this. We're gonna go back in here.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hey, Prissy Noob, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate that. What am I doing? LA past it. No, wait, no. Wait until I zoom. There we go. Oh, look at that. I've still got the water weirds in here too. We're gonna delete this. Sorry, I know it's small and you guys probably can't see it a whole lot, but I'll zoom in here because we're gonna have to edit this a bit. Also, what size is that? 11? Yeah, we want to make sure this is all 11. There we go. Whew. What's the best map maker website? That is a tough question to answer, Goblin. I guess it kind of depends on your preferences. There are a lot of good ones. I know a lot of people use Incarnate. There's, what's the one that I used? I used something. It was actual download, but I don't think you can get it anymore. I think it shut down. There are a lot of ones, but honestly, like for me, I'm more comfortable with pencil and paper. Hey, welcome, RT Gamer Gal. How's life treating you? But yeah, I'm more comfortable with pen and paper. So it's hard for me to actually say, and that's mostly because with pen and paper or pencil and paper, I can get exactly what I want. I'm not constrained to using graphics that somebody else has decided were going to be used for the map. But yeah, I know Incarnate is a good one. I know a lot of people lean towards that one. You can find a lot of them just by googling like D&D map makers. And I'm doing good, RT. I'm doing good. I'm heating up in here because it's getting hot in my house. Because, well, it is officially summer, and I don't do well in the heat. Regardless of how many fans I have on me right now. You're looking at other plants, and Groff is also a good fit. I don't know that Groff. Let's see. Groff. What is that from? Strixhaven. Okay. Groff. Is that a bear? Is that a bear, plant, dog? What is Groff? Wandering the bayou, have stepped on a seemingly mundane patch of moss, only to discover that it was the back of a hungry groff lurking beneath the surface. These shaggy swamp creatures have canine faces, dog, and glowing blue eyes, and they are ravenous carnivores, wolves, with pest mascots being their favorite food. A handful of more intrepid witherbloom mages have learned to follow groffs in order to track down pest mascots. Most of these mages have yet to find out blah 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 blah. Okay, so AC 13, I like that. Hit points don't matter. Look at those stats. That is a beefy moss wolf. It's got false appearance, holds breath. Okay, swamp claw. So it makes one bite and one swamp claw attack. Okay, bite is fairly normal. Swamp claw +7 to hit, 5-foot reach. 1d6 plus 5, strength save, or be engulfed. While engulfed, they can't breathe, they're restrained, and they take 3d6 poison at the start of each turn. When the Groff moves, target moves with it. Groff can only have one target engulfed at a time. Oh. Gross. Gross. That's terrifying. Incarnate is a really good. Yeah, Incarnate's good. Cozy, welcome. You also don't do well in the heat. Mina, yeah, no, the summer sucks. I hate summertime. I'd much rather live in I'd love to live in Alaska just because of the snow and cold, but I also know that the summers up there suck. They're almost just as bad because they're just super muggy and there's mosquitoes everywhere. Its claw attack engulfs you and it can swim down, drowning you. Yeah, I like it. That's mean. Groff, where can you find this? He looks like he just wants to cuddle. Yeah, that's a cuddler right there, isn't it? You want to pet Groff? You can feed him some mascots now and then. Yeah, I'm sure that would work out great. So here's the thing: it's a wolf. It's a bear wolf that lives in the water with its icy blue eyes. It's not amphibious. It's like a, oh my god, it's a wolf. It's a wolf version of a hippo. That's what it is. He just wants a belly rub. Oh god, no. I like the idea of the Kelpie. I'm gonna keep Groff in mind though, because gross. But I like the idea of the Kelpie. It's definitely gonna need some editing though. Definitely gonna need some editing. We're just gonna delete that because it's not needed at all. And anyway, I am Groff. It's a wolf crocodile plant monster. Just saw it and you love it. No, it's great. I love it. What are we working on today? We're filling in the blanks. Mostly just filling in the spaces between big plot points and big things that we've already planned for my party. They've got a chunk of travel ahead of them, and I don't want to just go, okay, well, 15 days of travel is over and done with. But I don't like to rely on random encounter tables when I'm at the table. I'd much prefer to plan ahead. But yeah. Which actually, I guess, well, no, we're not doing all combat encounters, so that's fine. But we only did the ruins. There's not a lot here. I think I have something in mind. I think I have something in mind. let's do... Wait until I soon. Let's do this. What's it called when you go back to something? You need to learn how to plan ahead better. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. Killing a party in a river. Yeah, the planning ahead can be a struggle. And I get hit with writer's block a lot. And then, you know, distracted. Revisited. That's the word I'm looking for. Revisited. Let's see. Kelpie and 2 water weirds. Let's see. We wanna make this more than just combat, right? We want to make this. We want to give them a reason. We want to give them a reason. So, what if we say, patrolling guards, something like that. Let's see. Patrolling guardsmen nearby. Looking. I'm gonna type out some real basic stuff. Something shiny at the bottom of the river. Well, actually, what I'm kind of thinking, and maybe I should get it out. Maybe me saying it will help figure this out. I'm kind of thinking that what's gonna happen is they're gonna come across this area, and because the entire area is flooded, like the whole plains area is flooded, I think I want them to like catch sight of the Kelpie at a distance, and it'll just be like, oh, naked lady out in the water, because why not? And I want them, you know, I want to catch their attention with that, but that doesn't guarantee that they'd actually interact with it. I've also had like patrolmen walking along the path, or what used to be the path through this flooded area. So what if the Kelpie got one of them, and the others are just kind of like, maybe it just happened, or as the players are coming up on it, they see the guard walking out towards the Kelpie, so it just looks like the guard walking out towards, you know, some lady who's out bathing, and, you know, she kind of like sinks down into the water. He follows, and then he's underwater with her, and then never comes back. While the other guards are shouting at him to come back and asking what's wrong and all that. That could be good, right? Right? So it's not a the players are attacked. It's the players witness this thing happening. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So party sees up ahead a woman appearing to be bathing in the floodwaters, which sounds just wrong. Don't bathe in floodwaters. A naked lady. I thought the Kelpie was like a horse. So a Kelpie, yes, in actual like mythologies, yeah, I think it usually appears as a horse. However, right down here, seaweed shape. The Kelpie can use its action to reshape its body into the form of a humanoid or beast that is small, medium, or large. Its stats are otherwise unchanged. So, could be a human or could be an animal. There are other tales and folklore of other creatures like Kelpies that typically drown people, and a lot of time they will appear as like a woman or a person just underwater, and they'll lure you close enough to where they can grab you and pull you underwater and drown you. What do I play my game through? Roll20, Foundry, D&D Beyond. I play my game in person with my friends and our wives. So, yeah. But I have played on Roll20 before. So, that makes sense. Lots of mythologies mixed into one. Yeah, basically. You forgot people do that? No, that's okay. It seems to be a rarity nowadays. It really seems to be a rarity nowadays. Yeah, okay. So, party sees up ahead a woman appearing to be bathing in the floodwaters. A patrolman wading out towards her with 2 others shouting at him to come back. One of them attempts to move forward, but is quickly pulled underwater. I'm all about killing NPCs. Yeah, at this point, I think just with that seed, I could type out the entire scene. But with just that seed, it already starts a movie in my head. So I can describe this at the table. So I can go, okay, so there's this guy moving towards this lady. Another guy moves forward to, follow him, but then he's pulled underwater super quick. He doesn't come up. The other guy walking towards the lady reaches her, and she turns to him and just kind of never touches him, but actually does this as she sinks down into the water, beckoning him in. He goes down, sinks underwater, and then the water is still over there. You've only done it on Roll20 and a literal on Foundry. How is Foundry? I've heard Foundry is really, really good. It's just money. But it's all money. Even Roll20 is money. Maybe a Lady of the Lake moment, like they see a woman holding up a sword, something from a previous group killed. No, I think this one's gonna be like, I think what I want to do, because I've done enough with the players of like hunting them, I think I want to have them watch somebody else get hunted. Do I know how to make the map bigger on Incarnate? I don't, Goblin. I'm sure they have a Discord though. And I'm sure if they have a Discord, they probably have people on there that would be happy to answer questions. I haven't used Incarnate in years. It's really good depending on if your computer or the host's computer can run it. Oh, nice. It's on my... Yeah, never mind. But nice. I'll have to check it out, because I think at some point I might end up doing some online games and stuff like that. So always nice to know what tools are out there and getting big and whatnot. But yeah, I think I want to have the players witness somebody else being hunted, so they have the upper hand starting out. But that also means that I'm gonna beef up the Kelpie and the water weirds. And I guess the party would have a guard on their side, wouldn't they? Gross. Yeah. Okay, so Kelpie, water weirds, let's look at this. Armor class. I'm gonna keep the armor class the same because it really doesn't matter. But hit points, honestly, hit points, I might do like 250, and then boost the water weirds up to say 125. Make it a beast of a fight. You plan to get Foundry when you get a new computer or an upgrade? You're still running 8.1? Oh Lord. Oh RT, I'm so sorry. That's pretty rough. The speed I can live with. Honestly, the water in this area is a couple feet deep, so technically enough to swim in. Amphibious, great. False appearance, great. Seaweed shape, great. It slams. We're gonna make the slam stronger. How do we make the slam stronger though? It uses... Oh god. It uses strength for slam, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's make it that. So we'll boost it up to a +4. However much. I'm not calculating dice and all this. I'm just going with, this is how much health I want to have. An ad came in. What did I say? Oh. Regarding your 8.1 thing, I'm so sorry. I mean, I know other people whose computers just were never able to upgrade to like Windows 10, so they're still stuck on 8.1, and that really sucks. Let's see. So +4, we're probably gonna say that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give it a +9 to hit. I think I'm gonna give it a +9 to hit. Which still means that I have to roll a 10 to hit the barbarian. Is a 10-foot reach? Holy hell. And you know what? We're gonna make it 3d8. We're gonna get rid of the estimated damage because nah. Piercing. Rough. Escape 16. Drowning hypnosis. Let's make this 15 whiz save. Because I don't like my players, apparently. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna make it a 4. No, I'll make it 3d12. That's fine. Three? No, let's make it 4. Fuck it. I'm gonna make this real stupid hard. I'm gonna make them burn everything they have for this. You're looking at oozes as a way to spice up water elementals. Why does the gray ooze get invisibility? Because it's stupid. That's it. Some of those oozes, they just get the weirdest stuff. They get the weirdest stuff. Let's see. DC 15. I think all of that works just fine. Yeah. I think this is gonna go up to like a 7. And this one goes up to 5. No, 6. Yeah, there we go. Resists fire, bludgeoning, and piercing. Ooh. Just fire, bludgeoning, and piercing. This is what I like to see. Blindside, 60 feet. Love that. It can see. What was the sight on this? 150 feet? Oh yeah, drowning hypnosis is sweet. All right, Kelpie's done. What about the water weird? Let's boost the water weird up to a plus 8 to hit. We'll do 3d8. We're gonna make this that. There we go. I don't care. Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical attacks. Invisible in the water. We love that. Water bound. Dies if it leaves the water. Constrict. Plus 8 to hit. Grapple is gonna be escapes 15. This is also gonna be plus 5. Actually, I'm gonna make this 48. D10s. Again, I don't care. Yeah, cool. Cool. I am gonna boost the AC up on these by 2. Not that it's really gonna matter, but just cause. All right, that should honestly be enough. That should really be all I need to do to make those a little more dangerous. Yeah, okay, so there's that. What are they gonna do when they get back to Izun? Icar Gallowbraid, a high elf gentleman that worked for the blah 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 da 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 da. Right. Drowning Thirst is in prison. Most of this stuff doesn't even matter because it's all shut down right now. Okay, so we have them getting to the capital city with an issue in the middle. We have them leaving the capital city because I really don't think they're going to do much more than stay the night there. And when they do, they're probably going to stay at the Lady of the Lake trophy house there, which, for those of you that don't know, which is very likely a lot of you, I implemented a kind of a bounty hunter house system in my world. So various cities will have a trophy house where anybody who's signed up for or signed up with and does work for the trophy house basically has free room and board, as well as some mediocre food. But it's also a place where they can go and get jobs if they need a little bit extra money, stuff like that. If they need leads on stuff. It's also how like letters are handled throughout the world. They go through there. Yeah. And they are signed up with that. They can go there. They'll probably rest there. Not a whole lot. Maybe I'll have the council member they've had interactions with catch them there before they leave. I'd have to have them. I'd have to give them a reason. I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. But we've got that. Then they leave town. They go... That's not the one I'm going to use, though. They head north. They have a fork. They're going to run into both of these. So technically, they'd run into this one first. They'd go with the roadblock. When they hit the roadblock, they're going to have a choice to continue towards Felzon or head, beeline it for Hullen Lodge. If they go Hullen Lodge, they're going to have to deal with essentially a small army of undead. Which really is gonna just end up being the Ghasts and Nightwalker. If they go around those, they'll have to deal with the path of destruction left by the Nightwalker. That's if the Nightwalker doesn't get eyes on them and hit them with the Finger of Doom. You have a similar thing, a chain of areas where you can train and rest fighting with other members as practice for many guards and mercenaries. It's called Sparbucks. The logo's a green and white stag's head. I like that. Oh, I like that. That's funny, Dogness. Yeah, it's just doing stuff like that makes certain things a lot easier. Okay, so if they don't do that, then they're gonna move forward. They're gonna hit the ruins. If it's during the day and they want to investigate, they'll have some stuff underground or beneath the ruins that they can check out. Some stuff that they'll be able to get. If it's at night, same thing, but then there's ghosts. We like ghosts. Wait, actually. I didn't put the I don't have a stat block for ghosts. Ghost dragon. That's what my players want to fight. They want to fight a ghost dragon, right? Oh my god. Plus 11 to hit, which honestly is not that much. 21 con save, though. Gets cold damage and a fear. Oh god, the fear paralyzes? The fear paralyzes? God damn. Ghost Dragon don't fuck around. Alright, Ghost. Aquatic Ghoul? No, Ghost. Ghost, Ghoul, Ghost. What's this one? Oh, Ravnica. Right. No. Ghost. Withering touch +5 to hit. Uses Dex. The ghost enters the ethereal plane from the material plane, or vice versa. Blah, ba, da, ba, da, 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 da. Possession, a charisma save. That could be fun. What? Hold on. What? Challenge rated 4. There it is. Okay, that's what I was. You ran out to your apothecary. What did you miss? Not a whole lot. I just realized I don't have a ghost stat block for the potential ghosts that they're gonna have to deal with. Huh. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna work. There, this'll work. Yeah, this'll work. Copy, close, do this, paste that, delete this. Cloud Giant Ghost is pretty interesting. Yeah, but it's not an area where Cloud Giant Ghosts would be. Otherwise, I'm all for the weird, crazy shit. We're gonna do this and this. Weirdly enough, it says PB's 2, but it's really 4. Go up. There we go. We're gonna make this all 11. Okay, so let's mess with the ghost a bit. AC 11, that's fine. Hit points, we're gonna have a few of them. Let's make it 75. Make it 75. They can fly. They can fly. Resistances, immunities, that's all fine. I'm not gonna change any of that. I'm not gonna mess with that. Actually, the stats I am gonna change though. I'm gonna do we're gonna make this dexterity a whoa, 18 for +4. Doubled that, so well, we'll say it's +6 here. Withering touch. We're gonna give these things a +10 to hit. 46. Let's make it D8s. Why pull punches? We've got the etherealness. You mostly use ghosts as NPCs. Yeah. Even if I did, my players would probably attack it. Actually, you know what? I talk a lot of shit about my players. They've gotten a lot better recently. They've gotten a lot better. I think that's going to be a 15. Space that. check this. All of that looks good. Possession. 15. Let's see. One humanoid or be possessed by the ghost. Ghost disappears. Target's incapacitated and loses control of the body. Ghost now controls the body but doesn't deprive the target of awareness. The ghost can't be targeted by any attack, spell, or other effect, except ones that turn undead, and it retains its alignment. Okay. It otherwise uses the possessed target's stats, but doesn't gain access to the target's knowledge, class features, or proficiencies. Possession lasts until the body drops to 0 hit points. Oh god. Ghost ends it as a bonus action when the ghost is turned or forced out by an effect like when the possession ends. Ghost reappears. Okay, cool. That's gonna be terrifying if I get the barb with that. But I think that's really all I need to do. Just bumped damage, bumped the to hit, upped the DCs a little bit. And yeah, I think that's all that needs to happen there. I think we're gonna do 5 of those. Yeah. What do we think about having the party have to get Blue Rot to do a dungeon underwater, purposely getting a sickness to use its upside? That would be interesting. What's the upside? They can breathe underwater? And if that's the case, what's to stop them from using a spell to breathe underwater? What's it called? It's probably just breathe underwater, isn't it? Or water breathing. That's what it is. It's water breathing. There we go. Okay. Blue Rot lets you breathe underwater. Yes, they don't have one yet. Oh, okay. What level is the party? And would they have a way to cure the disease? If they don't have a way to cure the disease, I'd say no. But if there is a way to cure the disease, whether they currently have it or they can get it, they have a paladin so they can fix it after. Ah, okay. 3rd level, that's okay. So the paladin would be able to cure 3 of them. Things are going, Roxy. Things are going. How are you doing? I'm dying. It's getting hotter and hotter. I think this is all planned out. The only thing we haven't done, excuse you, map. The only thing we haven't done is this road that runs along the Cobalt River. I can't. I wish I could make it just part of the map. But yeah, I don't have anything for that route, but I certainly could. Maybe there'd be another roadblock at the meeting. That wouldn't be too bad. That wouldn't be too bad at all. But yeah, otherwise, I think... So I'm using the corrupted water elementals. Not yet. Not yet, but I think I will. Right in this area, as it gets worse and worse, as the flooding remains and more of the plane of water seeps out into this area, the water elemental situation is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse, and they're going to really have to deal with that. But yeah, so I guess not yet, but I will. Yeah, and honestly, that road there probably gonna be fairly safe. Might plan like a couple roleplay encounters along that route. Because so far it's like it's combat here, and then it's roleplay here, and then roleplay / combat here, or sorry, exploration / combat here, potentially combat here, and then they're gonna get to the town, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and I gotta design these towns too. Okay, cool. I'm happy with what we've gotten. I'm also dying. It's getting hotter and hotter in here. And again, I don't have AC in my house, so yeah, it's probably getting close to like 90 inside my house. Poor Anubis. One of these days I'll have a house that has air conditioning. Until then, I suffer. So I think I'm gonna call it early. You should get some ice water. I've got ice water in here, or at least super cold water. This water bottle, it's a Camelback. It's fantastic. Keeps my water cold for like 18 hours, something like that. Do as the ancestors did. Yes, I will go jump in a lake. You don't have AC either, and you just had a heat wave getting to hundreds. Yeah, it was almost I think we almost hit 100 yesterday, so it was rough. And welcome, Red Empire. Any tips for a new DM? Should you put any side quests in the campaign or stick to the main quest? First of all, D&D, tabletop D&D is not a video game. Don't do side quests. Second, don't lore dump. Third, what were the tips we gave earlier? Hang cracked jars of water from the ceiling to slowly drip out into the room. That's... what, like on me, Meatball, or?
Hello there. Hello, motherfucker.
Hey, Red Empire, I appreciate the follow. Wow, today's been amazing. You guys are bumping me up. I gotta get like a follower counter or something. On me, on the floor. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that, Meatball. But yeah, Red Empire, honestly, try to avoid lore dumps. If you find yourself reading a book to your players, you're giving them too much information. Don't do side quests. Put stuff. It depends. If you're running a game, like, if the game is centered around an issue that your players are supposed to solve, no side quests. Don't do it. It's a trap for yourself. If it's a game centered around your players and their personal stories, then stick with that. And if you can, try to find a way to intertwine all of their stories into one. Black Rose, lore dumps like that should be downtime and out-of-game handouts. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That kind of thing. Black Rose is 100% on top of that. You love ISP issues, you're gonna go shopping, but you'll be in and out. Oh, I'm sorry, Shiz. Lowers the ambient temperature 10 or so degrees. I'll have to mess with that, Meatball. I'll have to test that out. Because I could make that work. Interesting. But yeah, and the biggest tip that any of us could ever give you, Red Empire, is have fun.
Hello, motherfucker.
You are Black Rose, thank you for the follow. Red Empire, remember, you are a player at the table as well. You should be having as much fun as your players are, okay? If you're not having fun, then it's best to sit and rethink things and making sure that you're doing what you can to make sure it's fun for everybody, including yourself. Shiz, you beat Whitney and you're ready to do Morty. Oh, God. Nice. Nice. I wish you luck, Shiz. Dogness says you can have some hooks for things that aren't the main quest, and if they follow one of those, it's fine. Yeah, that's true. That can have unfortunate side effects if the main quest is having the bad guy doing this. Yeah. So, if the... I don't know. If you want to run a big open sandbox, just understand that it's probably better to make sure that whatever they're going after is, like, character related to their characters' backstories. I for my game, I put stuff all over in the world, but that's mostly because, one, it gives me stuff to do when they're traveling the world, but two, if they decide, oh no, this is important, we need to be heroes, then they have something to go do hero stuff with. But generally, don't worry about it. You, more often than not, you can take it easy. You can take it easy. But yeah, let's see, Meatball, don't listen to these weirdos. There's no such thing as a main quest or a side quest. No, that's true. That's true. There's just the story. There's the story. There's your player's story and what they do within it. Main quest is shenanigans. Oh, and I'm gonna pimp this real quick. There's the link for our Discord. If any of you aren't in it and you want to stay in touch outside of the streams, please feel free to join there. We're always happy to have you guys there. We have a whole section in our Discord specifically for D&D talk and sharing ideas and tools and whatnot. And I've seen some pretty good discussion in there. Some of you guys are really great about providing feedback on other people's homebrew and stuff like that. So I appreciate how cool you guys have all been, both during my streams and in the Discord. Thought I was gonna rename the bot to something. I am. Once I can, I'm gonna rename the bot. But I gotta wait 2 months. Or like 1 month, something like that. I don't remember how long ago I created the bot, but I am gonna rename it. But yeah, I am. I'm getting baked and not in a great way. I feel good about this. You guys are always fantastic. I appreciate all the help that you guys give me. Meatball, Roxy, Dogness, Scythro. I know Scythro's not around right now, but like everybody, you guys are all super amazing. Always happy to have new folks around sharing their input as well. Red Empire, I hope your DMing goes well. Black Rose, thanks for following. Same. Shout out to Prissy, 10 Tabletop, Deceased Goblin. Love having you guys here. I'm gonna call it a few minutes early. We're 10 minutes away from the 6 hour mark. So it's about time that I end stream anyway. So Let's go ahead and do the normal thing. We're gonna go ahead and raid somebody. We might be raiding the same person that I always raid on Mondays. If he is online, let me double check and see if he's online. If not, we'll find somebody else. Oh, he's not online. Wow, nobody is online today. So, are you guys up for jumping in and raiding another member of the Bad Bat Gang? Looks like he's playing Final Fantasy 9. He's doing speedrun stuff. Yeah, maybe we'll raid him. I'm kind of surprised, but at the same time, I'm also not. There's not a whole lot of people online right now. But yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll raid J-Ron. He's speedrunning Final Fantasy 9. For those of you that are going to join in on the raid, or at least if you just stick around, it'd be greatly appreciated. Feel free to copy and paste that raid message. If you are one of my wonderful subscribers, feel free to copy and paste this second one. I'll go ahead and do that so you can see it uses our little shroom, our mush love is what it's called, our mush love emote. But yeah, I'm gonna probably go sit in a cold shower or something, or maybe I'll go outside. I don't know. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I appreciate all the help that you guys give me with all of my planning. You guys are all absolutely amazing. I appreciate all the follows. You guys have really made my day today. Really made my day today. I look forward to doing this again next week, and then tomorrow I will be playing. I'll be streaming playing The Witcher. So if you guys like Witcher content, then feel free to stop by tomorrow. Hey, Drunkle Vlad, we're just ending. Sorry about that. I think we're gonna raid in just a few seconds. Yeah, Drunkle Vlad, drop the follow. We'll do it. I do this every Monday, so there's that. See you guys.